I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I know. No, I was not edging the algorithm, and I'll explain to you what that means here in just a minute. Today's show is a very special show. I'm going to show you what the real red pill is, right? I mean, everybody else is an authority. Why not me, right? So, in order to do that, I have to have a lot of quotes. I have to back my shit up. And that's what I do. Live here from Reno, Nevada. This is Rational Mail. I'm late. Groovy gunslinger. I see you. But I have a good reason.
Mother's basement. We have a crisis among young men, and it starts at a young age. Young men are twice as likely on a behavior-adjusted basis to be suspended. 7 in 10 high school valedictorians are women. For every two female graduates from college in the next 5 years, you only have one. The scariest stat, walking down the avenue that is America, only 1 in 3 men under the age of 30 have had sex in the last year. And you hear sex and your brain fires, but the bottom line is, it's a key step to the elemental foundation of any society, and that is relationships. Young men aren't attaching to work. They aren't attaching to women. They aren't attaching to schools. We are producing too many of the most dangerous person in society, and we are losing out on a key. We're not going to have kids. We're not going to have a productive society. We're going to have more violence, and also we're going to have a society that does not value young men, and they do not. Young men are different. They develop later. And by the way, if you're a young man, this work from home thing is a disaster. They need young men need guardrails. They need to know how to read a room. They need to put on a clean shirt. They know not to get high or drink too much during the week and then get into the office the next day. We have a crisis among young men. It is one of the most, in my view, one of the most dangerous things in our society. You asked about the phone. Simply put, it's a disaster. Whenever technology comes into an industry, it consolidates it. Mating has been consolidated in the worst way. 50 men on Tinder, 50 women. 46 of the women show all of their attention to just 4 men, leaving 46 men pursuing just 4 women. If mating was a country, it would be more unequal than Venezuela. We have huge mating inequality. And here's the problem. When people don't get together and there's no pheromones and there's no vibe, women, and we don't like to say this on the left, primarily try and make very quick assumptions about this individual's ability to garner resources in the future. So what you have is this concentration of interest, and you're ending up with Porsche polygamy, where 10% of the men get 90% of the attention, which does not lead to good behavior or form long-term relationships. E-commerce was disastrous for retail. Social media was disastrous for everybody. Online dating is disastrous for mating and for men. It's terrible.
About 75% of divorces. There are multiple reasons for that. What one reason is that women are higher in trait neuroticism. They're more sensitive to negative emotion. So they feel more units of negative emotion subjectively per unit of stress. That's a way of thinking about it. And so they get unhappy faster. The world is more dangerous for them in some sense physically, but I think more importantly, they are going to bear primary responsibility for dependent infants. And if you have an infant depending on you, you should react to the world as if it's more dangerous than you might if it was just you navigating through it.
Don't want to wear the pants in the relationship. They don't. They don't want to lead that relationship dynamic. Even if they are working and they're a CEO of a company and they've climbed that ladder, and when they go to work, they have to lead, they're not going to be fulfilled in a role in their marriage where the guy sits back and the woman is leading and running the show. They don't. They're not happy being that head of household and just have a guy there that goes along. Sure, honey, whatever you want. Sure. And everyone says all the time, like, happy wife, happy life. But what's interesting is all those situations where you have a guy who's just caving to his wife all the time. And he's kind of a doormat. The wife may get everything she wants, right? She gets no pushback. She's making all the rules. She's making all the purchases. She's making all the decisions. And somehow she's miserable. Why? Because women don't want a weak man.
You get that, ladies? Do you want a weak man? You know, it's funny. The reason why I pulled that clip today, sorry, you know, the day after I get back from Vegas, everything, I got to reset the whole damn studio. I apologize. Yes, he's a simp. All right, keep going. Come on. Give me some more. Come on. It's early, and I'm ready to go, man. I'm ready for you. Bring it on, brothers. Bring it on, frog people. Yes, and look, you know what? We got to stop right here. We have a new sponsor. Well, not a sponsor. We have a new, sponsor, endorser. Let's see, supporter. The very first, let's see, I'm not making any money off of these guys, but we now have an endorsement. Let's just say sponsorship, endorsement. I guess you could call it a sponsorship with Devil Mountain Coffee. Finally. Yes. There's your screenshot. You got it within the first 5 minutes of the show. Yes, I finally talked to the guys at Devil Mountain. They are actually just sending me free coffee. We're working out a code right now so that you guys can get like maybe a 10% discount. I don't know. We'll certainly it'll be the Rollo code, I'm sure, at some point. But they did reach out to me. They're sending me coffee. That's basically all I do. And I say they're really cool, and you should go check them out too. It's devilmountaincoffee.com. Easy to find. Okay, so why do I always drink Devil Mountain coffee? Well, it kind of goes hand in hand with the reason why I'm so amped up every time I do the show, because Devil Mountain coffee is the highest caffeine coffee content you could put in any coffee. Rugby and Sam Bada, I think, turned me on to Devil Mountain, and they are a Vegas-based company. So, so it worked out. Pretty cool. So anyways, I will probably end up putting a logo or something on here at some point. Speaking of logos, how about we put this one up from the beginning? There we go. So nobody gets mad at me. All right. I saw your super chats before you came in, so I did star those. We will get to those soon. I am going to have to take a new policy with super chats because you guys are going crazy on me. Let me tell you something. We did Access Vegas on Friday. That was probably our best watched show, especially considering that hour. So when we do Access Vegas, we've been doing it at 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern. And Mike and I initially did that to we don't want to step on anybody's feet, on the East Coast. Okay. Cause we know Fresh and Fit are doing their thing, and, we're not really the same show. So, we wanted to, make sure that, they got, they were they're usually done by the time we start. And then on top of everything else, Friday at 10 p.m., and right around midnight, that's when things really start picking up in Vegas. So by then the girls are ready to go and we're done. So I've come to realize that the sweet spot for Access Vegas is about 2 hours. And yes, we did. We had Captain Capitalism himself, Professor Emeritus Aaron Clary was with us on that show. So if you didn't see that on Friday, it's on this channel. I can't imagine why you haven't already seen it. I was actually wondering, I've been kind of exhausted, to be honest with you. I have been doing nothing but shows since Tuesday. Yes. And people are going to ask me about the Dr. Phil show. I immediately did a show with my good friend Mike and everyone else. We pulled the show. We did a live stream. It accomplished what I wanted it to do. I still have the archives of it. I had to pull it because I did not realize that in the release that I had signed to be on the show in the first place is that there's like an NDA in there. There's something, please don't, you don't talk shit about us until after the show, basically. So once once it's yeah, thank you very much, Alex SL. Yes, it was very superfluous. That show was superfluous. The one we did on Tuesday evening, I pulled it, and out of courtesy for everybody else. And by the way, you're not going to find it on Rumble or Odyssey. I know I mirror on those accounts. I pulled it from those two. It's kind of like one of those situations where I had to be it was the wiser thing to do. I could be on the hook for something. I wanted to eliminate any possibility for that. So afterwards, I will probably go back to that and maybe like lift clips out of it. But if you saw it, you understand what superfluous. Do you know what superfluous means? Does anybody in the chat know what superfluous means? I've used that word, God, I don't even know how many times. By the way, Aaron Clary used the word ancillary with those three girls. And it was like, my wife came up with this new term. Okay. So, oddly enough, my wife actually watches, she don't watch this show. She'll watch that show though. But when he uses, whenever a like a $10 word comes up, you'll see the ladies and the girls on the show. They'll be like that, kind of like a dog when it hears a whistle, right? So we're calling that the thought whistle look. It's a thought whistle. So when he says like ancillary, it's like, thought that was pretty funny today. Anyways, I wanted to also get into a few things with you guys because I'm seeing a lot of, making the rounds on these shows. By the way, the Dr. Phil show, I don't know, just to give you guys a ballpark, I don't even know when it's supposed to air, to be quite honest with you. It might be next week. It might be the next year. So they gave me a ballpark of between 2 and 3 weeks. I don't know. Again, it kind of depends on when they're looking for, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they held that show. By the way, they told me that it was like 2 shows. So I wouldn't be surprised if they withheld that show or those 2 shows until they needed those shows, right? So sometimes, and by the way, podcasts will do exactly the same thing. They'll do pre-records, and then when numbers are getting low, then they'll drop the spicier shows. So they told me, this is my understanding, is it'll be in 2 to 3 weeks. So then you'll get to see what happened. And I'm not gonna talk about it until then. However, I can actually talk about my takeaways from that. And that's really what today's show is going to be about, is my takeaways from the Dr. Phil show. So I can't give you any I'm not going to give you any more. No details. I'm not talking shit about anybody, whatever. But I wanted to give you guys sort of my analysis of what I'm seeing going on right now. And the reason why I titled today's show Red Pill Clout Chasers is because I have come into the understanding that there's a new economy that we're working in, and it is the clout economy. Now, if you've read my my 4th book, Religion, I put in there, what was it? Oh, I think it was I want to say it was a marriage chapter, but I believe it was before that. I think it was, it might have been, it was a Christian kosher. I think that's the chapter that it was in. And I explained in there what the hustle economy is. And really what the hustle economy is it's this, I don't know, force fitting or trying to round the square, circle the square, whatever, around the square, of old media with new media. And what I meant by that in that book, as far as the hustle economy was concerned, I was focusing primarily on religion, of course, in the religion book. And I think it was like made more really clear to me during that that 3 years that it took to actually write that book, that you have guys who are old school Christian pastors or old school, it doesn't even have to be Christian. I mean, like Islam has to deal with the same thing. Jews have to deal with the same thing. I mean, name the religion right now. If you saw one of the things that sort of hammered this home for me was when I was on with the girls on Friday, of course, the topic of energy came up, and Torshaa was in the chat, and she's like, oh, we're going there now, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, let's see if these girls are into astrology. Yes. Are they into tarot cards? Yes. Are they into, I don't know, name it. I mean, come on, like it was chick crack. It was another chapter in religion. And so I'm going there, and of course, everything. And I said, how about UFOs? Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Like, at least we can have a conversation now. So, yeah, fuck you, Moose. You're out, dude. You're blocked. I'm done with you, man. You're over. I ain't dealing with your bullshit today, man, because we need to focus on like real topics instead of your trolling. So let me grab a couple here. I got to star these for you. There we go. I'm sure he'll come back. So anyways, so I'm talking about energies and all that other crap. And so it sort of reminded me of, the chapters in religion where I was getting into it, and it lines up with the chick crack side of things, but it also lines up with the old school religious, the way we used to do religion. Now, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but we don't do religion in the 21st century like we did religion in the 20th century. And the simple reason for that is because we now have the hustle economy. We now have the clout. Well, really, the clout economy, I think, is something that's ancillary to the hustle economy. So when I was listening to the girls, and I was sort of like mulling this over, and the great thing about when I have downtime, wherever I'm at like a hotel or I'm like, waiting for a show or something, I'm taking notes. I'm just writing, down thoughts and stuff. I don't think people really realize I'm like constantly writing. And so in my notes here, I was thinking, so many different fields have been forced into the hustle economy, and now the clout economy on top of that. So just for sake of illustration from religion, I made the comparison that in the old days, back in the 80s, 90s, really right up until like maybe the mid 2000s, the way that religion was done was the pastor would go up on, deliver a sermon on Sunday. And then after that, I mean, of course, there's, extracurricular things as well. But after that, it was pretty much that was the message and it was over. Okay. So, but that's not how we do it now. That pastor has to have a live stream now. That pastor has to have a blog for sure, has to have a Twitter account, has to have an Instagram account, has to have every social media account you can possibly imagine. And that's what sort of led me into today's show is there's a way that we used to do media. There's a way that we used to do religion. There's a way that we used to do relationships. There's a way that we used to do like, mating and game and banging and everything else. And there's how we do it now. And we still are clinging to the idea that we need to, in some way, use this new technology and use this new understanding of like broadcasting ourselves. Like in no other time in history could I do what we're doing right now. Hell, I can remember trying to run my own podcasts, a gaming Warhammer 40,000. Thank you very much for 40K radio. Trying to do that like solo and help, you had to have a team of like 3 or 4 guys and you had to know how to like upload, and doing it live was just insane because it was all just about the live feed and then recording it. And it was not as we didn't have StreamYard, right? Does anybody remember YouTube Hangouts? I do, because I used to do them, but with another panel show I used to do. No, but there's the technology changes and it goes on and moves on, but we're still wanting to do pretty much the same kinds of things with the new tech, right? Unless of course you're using Blog Talk Radio, which everybody keeps using and has been since like 2012. Please, God, give us something else besides Blog Talk Radio to get, live call-ins. If anybody knows of an app that's better than that, I'm all ears, because I would love to be able to take calls on this show, but I can't do that without like at least a producer of some kind to do call screening and everything else. God, how old is that app? Anyways, the idea is that we are now, you've probably heard me talk about, we've gone from the gig economy to the hustle economy, to the clout economy. Okay. And again, those gig, hustle, clout economy cover a broad spectrum of things: religion, politics, for sure. Pretty much every human endeavor, gaming, health. I subscribe to fishing channels that have like almost like 8 million subs. Fishing. That's it. You want to know why fishing channels are so successful? I'll give you a hint here. whenever you look at a fishing channel and you look at like just like the clips of the fish, it's like, you won't believe what he pulled in, right? It's on the thumb. And there's, got a bent over rod and everything. And you're wondering what it's going to be. And of course, if you go and you look at the stats for this and you look at the where everybody replays the video, that's where he catches the fish, right? And the reason why those videos are so popular is because it's the what's in the box. It's what's in the box. That's what it is. It's like, you want it. Where's the money shot? The money shot is the guy pulling the fish out of the water, right? Oh man, it's a big giant snakehead or something. I don't know, whatever. It's a gigantic fish, right? Or maybe it's something you weren't expecting, or maybe it's like what I would love to see is if it was like this little teeny. But it's the anticipation side of it. And you got to remember that that's a fishing channel, but that same dynamic applies to so many other fields as well. So you want to if you want to tease people in, you've got to in some way show them, where's the fish? What did he catch? Right. And I'm looking at fishing channels that are like somewhat 5 to 8 million subs. They're still in the gig economy or the hustle economy. They're still in I guess maybe the clout. I don't know what the clout dynamics of the fishing world is. Angler clout. But the same principles apply. So when I was looking at the religion side of things, I thought about it in this way. And I've used a couple of examples. Here's a couple. First example is this. You have an old school 20th century pastor forced to have a YouTube channel, forced into have it. Because if you don't, you go bankrupt. If you can't keep up with the clout economy and the hustle economy, you don't have a church. You don't have a book. You don't have a psychological practice. There are certain, I think probably, God bless you if you're in a tech field or you're in some sort of STEM field, because maybe you're a little bit more, insulated from this. But there are people who are sort of living in they're living in the 20th century still, but they're trying to use 21st century technology, culture, online culture, whatever you want to call it. They want to use all of that to facilitate what they know from the 20th century applications of whatever it is that they happen to be into. So in this case, I'm using, for example, the religious side of things. I'm using how we used to deliver a sermon. Nobody back in 1995, if a pastor went on stage, like a televangelist went on stage and delivered some message, he doesn't have 100,000 people watching him in the live chat. He doesn't have all these people who are criticizing and critiquing every little bit of whatever it is that he's saying. He just goes on, does his job, walks off stage, give me the money. Takes off in his jet, right? Whatever, right? But that's, of course, I'm goofing on maybe Joel Osteen or something like that. But even if you go and you look at the people who are trying to do seed churches and whatever, especially today, and you'll understand why I'm using churches as an example here in just a second. But you have to work within the new paradigm. And that paradigm is you better have a blog, you better have a Twitter account, you better you be able to answer questions, you better be able to break down the fourth wall. And that's what I do. That's what I do here every day, solo. Thank you very much. You want to know why I'm late today? That's why. I'm watching you guys in the chat right here. You want to know why we go for 4 goddamn hours? Let me stop lying. Almost 5 hours on this show is because you guys. It's not me. It's you. People say, oh, Rollo's got ADHD. No, I have a chat window that I have to look at. I can't follow the chat. I don't have a Tatiana. I don't have Tori here. I don't have a producer. You know what? I have to go and grab stuff like this immediately, because if I don't, they go, you didn't read my super chat. Let's see. Topic. Why don't I see all your videos? Who selected by recent upload on this channel? Well, here's why. You want to know why? Go look at the top of the tab on my channel, and it will say video, live, something else. Like shorts. YouTube has decided that they're going to rearrange the tabs on everybody's channel right now. Cosmin, look up there and click on live. You know why? Because that's basically all I do is live. So if you click on the live, then you'll see all of the latest videos. So if there's a way to push, I think there might be a way to push that around, but that's why. But I got to stop the show to let you know that, because if you don't, then I got a $10 super chat saying, where are all your videos? So I have to keep up with things. I have to keep up with the times. I'm really, I think most Gen Xers, I had this conversation with Aaron over like on Fridays. Like we have to, like, we're kind of like the last of our kind, really. I mean, we're on the cusp here of like being the generation that didn't have the internet and we didn't have smartphones and we didn't have all this technology, but now we do. And so we used to know what it was like. I mean, we grew up without all that. And now here we are with all of this. And I think that kind of puts my generation, the Gen X generation, and no, I'm not a freaking boomer. Stop giving me that credit. Xer, okay, Xer. Okay, you throw that at me, but I'll come at your throat. But I think Gen X has a unique perspective of this because we're not quite the Woodstock and free love and boomer generation, and we're not the millennial generation. We're sure as hell ain't the Gen Z generation as far as like, what characterizes those generations. But I think being able to see what the 20th century ideal is and what the 21st century practices are is really jarring for a lot of people. And I think that's one of the reasons why the red pill is so controversial right now and everybody wants to get into it. It's not so much about intersexual dynamics as it is people clinging to their old order, old way of thinking that is 20th century and hoping that they can take the 21st century red pill and get their 20th century blue pill ideals fulfilled. And you've heard me say this on this show. And when I'm talking about guys who resist the red pill, right? Or in intersexual dynamics perspective, they resist the red pill. I expect that now. Jedediah Bila, I threw her on there. God bless you. I love you very much now. Jed, by the way, welcome, sister. Welcome, sister wife. She's officially a sister wife now. You know why? Because all the stuff that she was talking about in this video, let's throw this on here real quickly. Just quick.
Women also don't want to wear the pants in the relationship. They don't. They don't want to lead that relationship dynamic. Even if they are working and they're a CEO of a company and they've climbed that ladder, and when they go to work, they have to lead. They're not going to be fulfilled in a role in their marriage where the guy sits back and the woman is leading and running the show.
Okay, you guys. Okay, that's Jedediah Bila, circa November, whatever, this week, 2022. If I go all the way back to, I think it was March, when I had April and May, somewhere around there. When I went in live and I did the show in her studio, which by the way is a very interesting studio. I won't sell you out. But when I was there, I had a conversation with her, and part of that conversation was, why do you call your husband your partner? And that's where it really kind of started. And of course, I can go get that tape for you if you want. But we had this very interesting conversation where I was like saying, okay, well, who wears the pants in your house? Well, nobody wears the pants. We make equal decisions. Does that sound like this person right here?
They don't. They're not happy being that head of household and just have a guy there that goes along. Sure, honey, whatever you want. Sure. And everyone says all the time, like, happy wife, happy life.
Okay. By the way, Jed, if you're watching, happy wife, happy life is not like a folk tale. It's not like just, hey, I don't know what to say. It sounds like the right thing, right? It's an ultimatum. Happy wife, happy life is an ultimatum. It's do it or else. That's what it's come down to. If you want to know why I say that marriage is an unconscionable contract, nothing sums that up like happy wife, happy life. And if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. God ain't happy. The house ain't happy. The kids ain't happy. If mama ain't happy, nobody's happy. That's what happy wife, happy life is. It's an ultimatum right now. That's what it comes down to. But here's the thing is, like, if I would have had this conversation with her, I did have this conversation with her back in April or May of this year. Maybe it was April. I'm trying to remember when she started. But when I had that conversation with her, it was like, oh, we're even Steven. It's equal. We make equal decisions. I asked her she said, oh, he'll make the decisions for like certain things. I said, who makes the decision as to where your boy's going to go to school? Oh, we're going to both make a joint decision on that. Who makes the decision when you're going to buy a major purchase? And of course, I was quoting the stats that I'll quote later on here today about how women are the primary consumers in the United States right now. And how I've read it several times You want me to go get the infographic? I should just leave the infographic in my log here. I mean, women make the majority of purchases. They over the course of a family's history, up to, I hope you have a very long marriage, but 90% of the financial decisions will be decided by the wife. And so here she is, finally coming around to the red pill. You know what? This is great, man. It's God damn it, girl. You guys. What have I told you? Wait till hour 3. Come back. I'm gonna have to ban you now. Okay, goodbye. Yes, in case you're interested in hot, sexy, live nude girls, so much spicier than the dead nude girls. Thanks. You know what? Speaking of old school 20th century advertising, can we at least bump, if you're going to spam my chat, at least, come with something new. Anyways, this is not the same Jedediah from back in April or May.
But what's interesting is all those situations where you have a guy who's just caving to his wife all the time. And he's kind of a doormat. Mm-hmm. The wife may get everything she wants, right? She gets no pushback. She's making all the rules. She's making all the purchases. She's making all the decisions. And somehow she's miserable. Why? Because women don't want a weak man. Women also don't.
Oh, yeah. Women don't want to weep. Well, she probably would. She probably would have agreed with that back in May, April. She probably would have. But here, in fact, you guys have seen me do this live. Well, I guess I did live on the show, where I've said, why do you insist on calling Jeremy your partner? Why are you not calling him your husband? It's and she has to sort of catch herself now. Well, welcome, Jedediah, to the Red Pill. Welcome to my harem of sister wives. You are now, I would say you're not quite a black belt yet, but at least you're changing. And I'll tell you, man, when I look at the material and I look what she's all about right now, and it's especially highlighted for me when she does solo stuff right now, because she saw the value in all of this. Jedediah Bila used to be a political pundit. They brought her on The View because she was supposed to fill in for Meghan McCain until she got let go 8 months later. She says because of Hillary Clinton, but I don't know. You can ask her that next time. I'm going to be out in Miami the 5th through the 10th of December. Mike Sartain and myself are going to be doing a Access Vegas press tour, I guess, of the sorts. We'll be doing we'll probably go on Adam Sosnick's show. We'll probably go, I imagine I'll probably go on Jedediah's show at some point. We'll be on Fresh and Fit. I'm going to finally get to the divorce show with Myron and Fresh, Myron and Fresh. And I think we'll be on with Justin Waller while we're out there. By the way, Miguel and Charlie from Cultivate Crypto are out there right now. I think they are doing a recording, or they should be in an hour or so here with Justin Waller. Go check that out. By the way, I am most definitely involved in the Cultivate Crypto Q4 classes, I guess, that are coming up. I'll tell you more about that later. I'm going to have, actually, not probably, if you're interested in that, please, it's the first link down there. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. I'm not trying to shill anything because I'm going to have Miguel on tomorrow, so you can check that out. But if you have seen me on Miguel's show on the crypto, on his dollar cost crypto, we were talking about FTX, and we we're talking about Sam Bankman-Fried and his weird girlfriend and the polycules. Yeah, that was a good episode. Anyways, I'll come back to that. However, I want to moving on. The theme of today is really red pill clout chasers, because I'm looking at the clout jacking that is now going on between people who got into the red pill space, who are now using the red pill as if there's some sort of authority, or they have certainly built brands on it. And as much as I like Jedediah, don't get me wrong, okay, but she's built a brand on the red pill. Adam Sosnick, since February, I helped him sort of do his Thursday shows, and it was like Red Pill Thursdays, and now he's pushed that over to Fridays. And yes, I did see the Sneeko one. And essentially that show has been boosted and spiked. Every time I go on there, spike the numbers. I did the Ruslan thing. Again, I'm not looking for flowers. I'm just pointing out the obvious here. Is like when I go on these shows and I spike the numbers, or like they get other people to be on the show that they know I follow or I'm associated with, or who hate me, and have built at least some smallish brand on what I've done, and that are growing. Now I see those accounts, and not necessarily just the ones on Valley Tainment, other ones, who have built these brands, either hating the red pill or endorsing and advancing the red pill. I see them now engaged in the clout economy right now. So you've got these guys who came into it and say, hey, I'm going to change my format from politics or, prank videos or whatever it is. And I'm going to, we're going to be the new white boy version of Fresh and Fit. Yes. Allie Pearl, all them. We'll get to the lovely ladies of the red pill later on. Stay tuned. But the thing that woke me up to all of this was going on the Dr. Phil show this week. And the one thing I can tell you, I can't get into details. Obviously, I can't tell you, but I can't tell you what my takeaway is. I have never, I would say had never, but I had it very much highlighted to me that there are still people that are mired in the 20th century way of doing things because they don't know anything else. And I can talk about Robert Kiyosaki, however, and I see parallels, let's just say, between Robert Kiyosaki and Kim Kiyosaki and Dr. Phil and his wife, let's just say. But I'll leave them alone for now. But Robert Kiyosaki is very much red pill. He's been let's say he's about as far along as maybe a little bit less than Jedediah. It's interesting to see them it's interesting to see people sort of get woke up to this, especially from my perspective, and then be at least in some way, instrumental in all that. But when I see Robert, he's just a very good friend now. But when I started working with him and I started doing, we started doing this back and forth and having conversations and everything else, it's interesting to see how he went from sort of being this very blue pill. He calls himself this, so I don't think I'm selling him out. He says, I was a fat blue pill chump. I was a fat beta. And now I'm not. And thank you. He'll probably right after this show, he'll give me a text. Usually it's on Sundays. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for helping me out. Thank you for everything that you've done for me, because now I'm in a much better position because, he's done with Kim. I mean, they held up, appearances for a long time, but that's over, and he's actually in a better place, which amazes me, because most of the guys that I work with that are older, and by old I mean like mid 60s to mid 70s, and yes, I do work with those guys. Robert's one of them, but I've got two other clients that are 165. So when I see that, it's really difficult for guys who are that age to accept or to unplay. It's really hard for them to come to it in the first place. And I've dealt with that, professionally and, in public and in private as well with guys. And so when I see guys still clinging to that blue pill, they want to be purple pills, what they really want to be. They want to be able to use the red pill to achieve their blue pill hopes and dreams and ideals, right? They want to have everything that the blue pill ever sold them, but they think that now that I have all of this red pill knowledge, I can go back to plug myself back into the matrix and use that to get what I really, really wanted. But the problem with that is that the blue pill paradigm that they came from, first of all, I can't return to it, because once you put the red pill lens on, you don't take it off. And then second of all, everything that is in that blue pill paradigm is a lie. All those, and I'm not saying you can't have a very satisfying, great life in a red pill paradigm. You can. Most guys, when you talk about black pill doomers and you talk about, the more extreme end of the MGTOWs and the SPERGTOWs and the more OCD side of all of that. When you look at that, it's really guys who are frustrated with the fact that now that their eyes are open and, it's all hopeless and doom and gloom. The reason it's doom and gloom is because those guys realize that they can't ever have what they thought they would be able to have, because when they were still sort of plugged in blue pill and they believed in all the hopes and dreams and idealism. That's why I call blue pill, I call blue pill conditioning, and I call it blue pill idealism as well, because it conditions you to think in idealistic ways that are simply, the rule book, the blue pill rule book is false. And so the goals and the achievements and the things that ought to be satisfying or fulfilling in a blue pill paradigm are false. And so going back and trying to, I put this in a couple of books, you will never achieve, you will never fulfill, you will never accomplish your blue pill hopes and dreams and goals and ideals with red pill awareness. Because that red pill awareness precludes you being able to do that, because you'll be like, this is all bullshit. That's why I think it was really back in like 2014, 2015, I was really kind of, I don't know, a crusade, I guess, against like sort of this purple pill ideal. It's like, if you're going to be blue pill, you're going to be, I'm just going to stick my head in the sand and be blue pill. Fine. If you're going to be red pill, go forth, go west, young man. Go forth and multiply. Go do your thing, because you're in a better space now. But it's the guys like Cypher in The Matrix who think that they can be plugged back in. Make me someone famous. Make me rich. Give me a lot of bitches. Plug me back in, Agent Smith. Those guys, that frustrates the fuck out of me, because they want to be able to say, well, you know what? Some of that might be achievable and it might be a good thing, right? No, because once you put the red pill lens on and you go back into the Matrix, you will still see the code in the Matrix. It's like that movie, They Live, right? You can't take the glasses off, but you're trying to live in that world like it's not really what it is, right? And after a while, it grates down on you. And I realize that sounds it's metaphor, and God forbid you use metaphor or allegory on the internets. But when I was coming out of Dr. Phil, and when I was coming out of doing the other shows I did this week in Vegas, I was really reminded of the fact that there's still people that are very much stuck in the blue pill. So it was almost like I had to unplug myself, or not unplug, but go from the 20th century back into the 20th century, because that's what it is. TV right now, commercial television, is 20th century media. Still is to this day. I think that's one of the reasons why you see sort of like Hollywood is falling apart at the seams. And I've got a video I want to show you guys about like how celebrities are dead right now. Thank you, courtesy of Sargon of Akkad, and I know he's not going by that anymore. But Jennifer Aniston was just recently in, I think she was like quoted or something in the, was it GQ? Whatever she was on the cover of, right? Showing off her boobs and everything at 50, my age, 54, right? And then, look, okay, just doable. But, the nostalgia factor might be, make it worthwhile. But she was saying that she was kind of bent out of shape, or kind of upset that celebrities were a dead meme. That they used to be fun and now it's not. And now we're not as cool as we used to be. And I remember having a conversation with some guys after Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. I think maybe it was Hotep Jesus, actually, when I think about that. I think he was the one. But he told me, he says, the reason why you're seeing this and the reason why the ratings suck and they have to do anything. And I still think that I'm not saying it was a setup, but I am saying that it might have been like the script was directed in that way. And I'll tell you what, I wish I could say something about Dr. Phil, because after that show, you will understand why I said that the Academy Awards, if it wasn't scripted, that like the hit wasn't fair. It looked like it was legit. Okay, mea culpa. I was half wrong, I think, but I do think that the script that was the monologue that was written for Chris Rock, the comedy, those are jokes he would never have written. He would never have come up with those stupid lame ass jokes, especially the ones with Jada, knowing that Will and Jada were going to be in the front, because they already know damn well who's going to win Best Actor, and it was going to be Will Smith. That's why they put him up there. I'm not saying that they deliberately tried to do that, but maybe the writer said, you know what, maybe we can get let's see what happens. Let's have Chris take a dig at Jada and see what's up. Well, maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. I'm saying it didn't, but I do know that those shows, there is too much money floating around on those shows for it not to be scripted. So whenever I see like Donovan Sharp, or I see these other guys talking about like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, and they're like, well, let's do a little bit of a red pill breakdown of these shows. And I'm like, you do know that they're scripted, right? Yes. Okay. Well, or so I love it when girls tell me like, they're not scripted. This is reality TV. I'm like, no, there's too much money involved in the commercial, in sponsorship for them not to be scripted. So let's cut the shit. Okay. Anyways, So my takeaway from all of this is that there's like this old school, mindset. I mean, if you want to call it blue pill, fine. You know, if you want to call it the Matrix, fine. I know Andrew Tate sort of repopularized the idea of the Matrix. And I think what's funny is I used to get run up the flagpole because I use the term blue pill and red pill. Oh, that's so cringe. But now everybody's cool with the Matrix and all of that. Well, the Matrix is cool, but I guess red pill and blue pill isn't cool anymore. So I see all these newfangled trolls. I see all these newbies that come into and some of them haven't even been in the sphere for a year, and they're already titling videos like "Red Pill Holes." What's wrong with the red pill? Let's get Destiny in here and find out. Like, when did Destiny become the expert? When did Destiny become an authority on the manosphere? That's what I would like to, in fact, I would go so far as to say that probably Destiny's like kind of uncomfortable answering those questions because he's like, why are you asking me? Yeah, because you were on Fresh and Fit a couple times and Sneeko. Right? So you're going to get those questions from here on out because people think that, let's go see what this this fat poly guy has to say about the red pill or manosphere. He'll say something wild. Okay. But again, it's guys who have just come into this sphere, trying to essentially clout jacking other guys who have just come into this sphere, or guys who like sort of stumbled into this sphere and they wonder why everybody's talking to them. And they go, okay, well, if you want me to, I will for another hour or so. But when I look at like, say, the interview when I look at I guess it was an interview with Jennifer Aniston where she's saying, I don't think that it's as cool as it was in the past as it, is now. And I want to show you, actually, maybe I'll just go dig this up. Hopefully they don't give me any grief for this. It's this is from, God damn it, Sargon of Akkad's show. I can't remember what his name is now.
Celebrities in the modern era.
I think it's more good news that they're ending.
Oh, my bad.
The problem with celebrities, well, they have lots of problems with them. They're degenerate kiddie fiddlers, allegedly, in Minecraft. But apart from
Jesus Christ. Okay, let me push past all this because I want to get to
anyway, yes. Before we go on, I had a discussion about conservatism.
Okay, we don't want to talk about conservatism. Okay, here it is. This is the Jennifer Aniston clip. Here we go. Right.
So let's move on to Jennifer Aniston, who I think has actually made some really good points about the fact that there are no more movie stars. And social media is cancer, and it's killed them. She was lamenting on Hollywood's fading glamour during a recent Allure magazine cover story. Now, isn't that interesting? Because the whole point of the glamour is that it's kind of an illusion, right? So the reason that celebrities, when we were young, were people of import is actually because you didn't know much about them, really. You saw them in the films, but they were pretending to be someone else. And they look stunning, obviously. They'd have very short, sort of curated interviews, with whoever, in which they would be, like kind of objects of fascination, but also detached idols. And so you didn't really get to see the grimy bits of them.
Okay, so what he's talking about is how the internet has broken down the fourth wall. Now, the pastors need to have a blog. They need to have a YouTube channel. They need to have a live stream. Guess what? Celebrities also need to have a blog. They need to have a live stream. They need to have a Twitter. Even if their PR people are the ones that are running it, there still has to be some sort of engagement in there because they are now in the hustle/clout economy. And that's where we are, like it or not. So that's one of the reasons why I point out that so especially it probably hits women harder in celebrity than it probably does for guys. Guys are like, hey, fine, because I think like male celebrities have a longer shelf life than women do. But more to the point, when I'll make this okay. So I've already made the example of the pastors. Now I think I've said this before in a couple other shows. And I use Dr. Sean Smith. I'm not throwing shade at him or anything, but I had this discussion with him, and I think it was Ryan from Rule Zero. And I said, think of it this way. A guy like Sean or whoever wants to be a doctor, wants to be a clinical psychologist. They go to, at least 8 years, maybe, you got to go like 10 years, right? To get your doctorate, somewhere around there, 8 to 10 years, let's just say, so that you can open your private practice, so that you can so that you can know enough about clinical, so you can take patients and you can actually be a quote unquote clinical psychologist. You got to go to 8 years. So how much does that cost? How much at a major university? Okay, even a state university. How much does that cost? $100,000, $200,000. I don't know what it is right now. I'm probably like really undershooting that because my mind is still in the 20th century as to what student loans cost. I haven't been a student since 2005. So you got all that invested in your career, and that, excuse me, not a hair. All of that contributes to your ego, right? Well, hey, I busted my ass. That degree on the wall over there, you're goddamn right. Yes, that thing took me 10 years to get. Like when I go and I take Ned to the veterinarian, I see all these like degrees on the wall. I'm like, impressive. I mean, like I said, that represents a lot of investment in what you want to do. If you're a veterinarian, if you're a clinical psychologist, got it. Respect, man. Respect on your name. How much did that cost you? How much student loans did you have to put out? And hopefully you're making a good chunk of change to pay all that back, ladies. But that's a sizable investment in that. And then you also have to be able to practice it. And therefore you've got to get malpractice insurance. You've got to have a place to go and do your practice. Maybe you have a secretary. Maybe somebody working, maybe you don't, I don't know. But there's a lot of capital that is invested in being a clinical psychologist. And then you've got to get clientele. Then you've got to have people references. And then how much are you charging for an hour of your time? Dr. Red Pill, Dr. Clinical psycho, Dr. Jordan Peterson, Dr. Sean Smith, Dr. whatever your doctorate is. How much are you charging now? How much do you think Jordan Peterson charged for his clients when he was a clinical psychologist? Do you think it was like $75 an hour? I mean, back in the day, okay, like before he was Jordan Peterson. That's a sizable investment. Now look at this. So you've got a guy like John from Modern Life Dating, who, by the way, I love very much, like a brother. Don't give me the crap. Oh, you kicked him out of Rule Zero. No, that didn't happen. So don't give me that crap. But if you look at a guy like John or me or anybody like these, I came into the space. I've got a Bachelor of Fine Arts and I have a Bachelor of Behavioral Psychology. I don't have a doctorate. I don't even have a master's, man. I took it because I wanted to understand my clients more, honestly. And so I come into the space and you look at a guy like, and I'm just going to use John MLD for a second here, is you look at a guy like that and in the space of 2 years, he's a millionaire. And he's talking to guys online. He's talking to guys personally. He's got clientele that call him up and he charges X amount of dollars for an hour. I know Rich Cooper charges somewhere in like the thousands, really, to just for an hour of his time. Patrick Bet David, if you want business advice from Patrick Bet David, it will cost you $30,000 an hour. No lie. That's what I heard anyways. That's a lot of money for an hour's time, right? And so when you have come from that old school way of doing things and you wanted to be a doctor, you wanted to do this, even attorneys, go ask Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset, or even divorce attorneys like, let's just say Marilyn York. They still have to be in the hustle economy, even though they have a degree that they picked up when that didn't exist. So how frustrating is it to you as a clinical psychologist with 10 years of education? You've got malpractice insurance. You've got enough money to get a good clientele, and you busted your ass for probably about 10 or 12 years to get to the point where you're at. And you see John from Modern Life Dating, who has just out hustled your ass and is, has more clientele than you do, because essentially he's doing more or less the same thing. Because I'm not going to say he's going to be able to like sort of solve your, or me for that matter, or anybody else in this sphere is going to be able to solve your really deep rooted psychological problems. But if you're getting into that practice where you're trying to get clientele, you're not competing with other clinical psychologists that happen to be in the same city as you. You're dealing with everyone on the internet. Everyone who's a life coach. If you're a marriage counselor, imagine that. Imagine you go, you know what? I want to get into marriage therapy and marriage counseling as my psychological profession. You still have to go through all that same crap, right? You still have to, I'm just going to focus on marriages, right? And helping people like sort out their marriage deals, right? You do that. How much do you think they make versus the guy who, or the woman in that case, who might be like the relationship expert who has a book that she self-published? To do that maybe took her, 2 years to get to being this very well-known, rich and famous relationship coach. She has no degree, but that's, she's, Delilah after dark. I don't know, whatever. You have no degree. You don't have a doctor. You don't have a DR in front of you. I got that too. It was like, Rollo, why should we even talk to you? Why are you an authority? Because I'm in the hustle. I was in the gig economy. I was in the old school economy. Then I got into the gig economy. Then I got in the hustle economy. And now everybody's clout chasing. It's all the clout economy. Who can I associate myself with so that my brand of me can get boosted up more? So if you are coming from that old 20th century model of go to school, get a job, or go to school, get good grades or permanent record, right? Go to good college, put in at least 4 years, possibly 8, possibly 10, depending on what it is that you want to do. We need doctors. We need lawyers. We need guys. We need technical guys. We need coders. We need all of that. But it ain't sexy. It ain't what they see on the internet. So if you're going to go like, why on earth would you want to, what would incentivize you to want to do all of that when you just go, you know what, fuck it. I'm just, it's like that old meme where it's like the little girl sitting there and she's looking at the math book and she's math with 1 + 1. Fuck it. I'll be a stripper, right? It's kind of like that same dynamic, like OnlyFans, right? Why would women want to do anything else? I mean, that's a lot of, if you're good at it, if you figure it out, if you got probably somebody behind the scenes helping you out. I watched Marnie Wing Girl on Adam's, I think it was Adam Sosnick's show. And I'm like, does he know that her husband is actually the brains behind all that? She's just the face to the whole thing. Apparently not, because again, it's newbie red pill guys who think that's legit and that's going to get their numbers up, and it's really not. But a clout, clout economy, thinking that, I'll get her on here and maybe we'll get a little more gravitas, or we'll add a little bit more. Our clout bank is looking a little low. Our clout account at Clout Bank, insufficient funds. So we need to get Marnie Wing Girl on to get our funds back up. But I can imagine that would be very, very frustrating. I get it. I get frustrated by it right now. I'm not going to lie. So I've been doing this for 20 some odd years. I don't have a doctorate or anything like that. I feel like I should. But what about like Jennifer Aniston? Jennifer Aniston probably makes money hand. I mean, she's still, what is she, 50? She's 54. I believe she's my age. And, complaining about, being a celebrity used to be a big deal. It used to be profitable. It used to be fun. Yeah, because you're not in that economy anymore, Jen. Now, of course, she wants this. I wish I would have freezed my eggs. Jen, you're 50. You're in menopause. I don't care if you had frozen them way back when Brad was around, you still would not probably be. Well, I don't believe, unless you go to maybe she can afford it. You go to a fertility clinic, maybe you could. I wish I would have frozen my eggs. Yeah, you know why? Because you're in menopause. Congratulations.
Right? You didn't get to see the rough around the edges parts. You didn't get to hear their opinions. And my God, wasn't the world a better place when you didn't get to hear celebrity opinions? Yeah.
in the rare event that they even had one, that wasn't what we now call woke.
Yes. She says no one's ever going to be famous in the way that she is, and she's probably right. That kind of mass fame phenomenon, burning so bright for so long, is just not achievable today. She's like a silent film star among a generation of TikTok idiots. She says, I feel like it's dying. There are no more movie stars, no more glamour. Even the Oscar parties used to be so fun. And of course, they're not now. She says she flat out hates social media. She stays off it. She only opened an Instagram because of modeling, the makeup contract she had.
No, she opened an Instagram because she probably has PR people that take care of it. That's why she has to be.
To promote that. She says...
It's funny, she complains about that too. I had to open an Instagram. I didn't want to, but I did. Yeah. You know why? Because your PR people and your agent or whoever else said, you know what? You still got to be on. Welcome to the 21st century, Jen. You didn't freeze your eggs. Get out of here. But she's still lamenting that the old world is gone. The bridges have been burned, man. It's death ground strategy from here on out, Jen. I would say the same thing of a lot of guys who are still kind of struggling with the fact that they're not going to be able to go back in time and jump back into time, go get in the DeLorean and go back to the past, right? Samurai Jack. Back to the past. Sorry. But they want to, there's this ideal. I think they're still stuck in this idea that that it should be evergreen. Like it's not like things aren't going to change. And I got that impression, coming back from the Dr. Phil show, it's like, this is a dead media because the fourth wall is still up right now. I'm looking at the fourth wall where Stephen Bradley Jones just said he loves Samurai Jack. You can't do what I just did right here, like this right here. You can't do that on commercial television. You could go to the blogs and the fan blogs or whatever. You can't do that on commercial television. Yes, I did watch Samurai Jack. All of them, by the way, one of my favorite shows. And not because it's a cartoon. It's if you know Samurai Jack, you know that that was a pretty intense story, by the way. Yeah, I mean, for instance, like right now, like, look, Tang Time, whatever the hell your name is. They can't do that. That's a miracle. We can interact with the audience with our millions of how many people I got right now. I got almost 1,500 people right now. Get those numbers up. I can tell you that right now. I can go and have a look at this and win. See, I can do this. I talked about, thank God I just said that, because that's the example I wanted to just show you is like right now, I'm engaging with everybody in the audience. So when I was at that show down in Los Angeles and I'm looking out at the audience and there's maybe 200, 250 people out there, people ask me like, Rollo, were you nervous going in there? Fuck no. You know why? Because right now I'm talking to way more people than were at that show live right now. And y'all can get in. If you throw me $20, I might even read it on the show, right? And you might actually be able to direct the course of the show. Jen can't do that. She's frustrated. Being a celebrity is not a big deal anymore. I spent my whole life in acting school, whatever, trying to do what I did. I was in Friends. I'm still hot at 54. Yeah, but your refusal to like be, dragged screaming and kicking into the 21st century is what's really kind of messing you up, Jen. That and you didn't freeze your eggs. But that's where we're at today. And some guys can handle it and some guys can't. And being on the fence here, living between two worlds in Gen X, man, we're the last of our kind. Millennials, man. I mean, millennials are millennials. Some of them, depending on where you were born, you have a memory of not having a smartphone or the internet. But you sure as hell don't remember the days when you had to go and pick up a phone off the wall at a big long cord, like in Stranger Things. People were asked. My daughter asked me about that. Did they actually have phones that had big giant cords? Yes, they did. Yes, rotary phones are my earliest memories of a telephone. Right? Yeah. Oh, we're all back to what is it? Hillshire Farms. Remember? Thanks. Yeah, that's why me and Cappy do so well together. But we have a unique perspective. Once we're gone, by the way. We're the last of our kind because we're the ones who can say, we can call you out on your bullshit in 21st century and the 20th century. And that's what I'm kind of doing right now. If you're still mired and stuck in your blue pill 20th century past, I'm going to be the one that drags your ass out of there. And that's where I think Jedediah was. Now, Jedediah is 42. So she's not cool. Would she be Gen X, right? No. She's like the lead edge of maybe the leading edge of the millennials. I'm not really sure exactly where that goes. Somebody will quote that. Some smart son of a bitch in the live chat will do that for me right now. And I'll prove once again why engagement media will crush and is basically killing old school media. Right? Somebody tell me. What is it? Here it is. Somebody gave it to me. 40. She's 43. Okay. Yes, I do remember 14.4 baud modems. Thank you very much. And I remember the horrible noise they used to make. What is her? Let's see. Somebody's going to give it to me. Come on. Tell me if she's 43, does that make her Gen X or does that make her millennial? Somebody tell me. Do it. 1981 is the start for millennials. Okay. So 43, somebody do the math for me because I don't have the brain power to do it right now. So the example I'm using here with Jed, and again, she's Gen X. Okay, so she would be Gen X. Really? What? So it must be 40, must be millennials. So she's just barely, got in before the club closed. Gen X almost closed. So really, I mean, you're looking at what I would say when I had the first interview with Jed. She was very much blue pill and very much sort of stuck in her ways. And now I think she's sort of becoming she's warming up to the idea. Welcome, sister. You're now part of my sister wives. So, all right, we're at the top of the hour. Let me get to these super chats that I have been missing. Once again, look, I'm going to here. We'll come back to you guys. Hang on, but I need to get to Kirkpatrick. Hello. Okay.
Say my name.
Kirkpatrick. Thanks for. It's endlessly entertaining and predictable to see how often women and feminized men default to anything they disagree with in regards to gender dynamics is met with personalization to the contrary. Yes. So what am I talking? Well, that's a mouthful, Rollo. That's from one of my books. What it is women will always whenever you bring up any kind of stats, we ain't got nobody got time. What is it here? Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for stats. No one has time for stats. But when you bring up stats, especially ones that are unflattering to women, that's when the television sets turn off, right? And I mean that in the attention turns off. It's not entertaining. It doesn't taste good. You become the gamma immediately. How do I know? Because me and Mike did pretty much that on Access Vegas. Actually, for the last 2 shows, you start talking about evolutionary psychology. You start talking about the stats. You start talking about the Yanomamo tribe, and where are they? I don't know, New Guinea, wherever. You start bringing that stuff up, and it's like, okay, can I get to I need to go to Zook in an hour. That's, if it's not an emotional conversation, then yeah, I understand. But when you say something that is irrefutably, unconfounded, statistical analysis proof, that's when the only thing that there's really 2 options women and feminized men have left when that pops up. And that is, well, not in my experience, or as a woman, I can tell you that, as a matter of fact, by the way, when I was on with Jed on the first interview, that's pretty much all I got was anecdotes. Well, not all women are like that. As a woman, my experience is this, and therefore I'm going to tell you what my experience is. And we should expand that, in scope to cover all women, shouldn't we? No, that's an anecdote. That's on you, man. That's your opinion, man. But yeah, you're right. The thing is that is, and Kirkpatrick, by the way, the reason I put that in the book in the first place is because that is it's a key element to female solipsism. Women's nature is solipsistic, despite what Kevin Ray Wilder might think, who is a Muppet. Groovy Gunslinger, Corey Wayne chart. Damn, really? 11. Damn, I need to up my price. I don't even charge that much. my hourly is what, 9 now? I forget what my hourly is. Loss of money and bad advice. Yeah, well, you get what you pay for. I think one of the things is you can complain about that. I don't want to complain, but loss of money and bad advice. Did you do does he, I don't know how this works, because I don't sell myself as a coach. I'm an author, right? If you've ever done personal counseling with me, and I do personal counseling. I also do group counseling once a month on my Patreon, and we are at 15 guys right now. So there's only 10 slots left if you want to get in on that. However, that's $200 a month, right? Everybody shares the cost. Okay. I'm completely 100% transparent about that. And I do personal counseling one-on-one for the guys who are I'm not really comfortable with talking about what I'm going to talk about with other dudes. I just would really rather have you, tell me what you think. And so when you get my policies, for example, I'm very clear. Like I am not, in fact, I think it's like number 4 on my list of policies. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a clinical psychologist. I don't have a doctorate. I don't play one on the internet. Don't think of me as therapy. And then I also have a caveat in there that if I think that you need professional help, I will defer you to someone who I think can help you. I would never dream of trying to tell you that, oh, well, I went to 10 years of medical school, and so therefore you should listen to what I have to say. That's not what I do. I'm not even a counselor. I'm not a coach. You'll never coach, by the way, is a preferred pronoun. Doctor is too, but is a preferred pronoun today, anyways. But like, I don't bill myself as like a doctor. I don't bill myself as you can call me the Godfather. Great, fine. But I'm an analyst is what I do. And I make it I expressly say that in my policy. I will analyze what you tell me. So the more detailed and the more thorough you are, the better my analysis is going to be. That's what I tell you. I will give you my professional 20 years being in this crazy ass shit analysis of your situation. And here's what I see. I can give you some suggestions as to how I think you can solve your problems or how I think what I think you ought to do, but it's really up to the person. And by the way, regarding like Corey Wayne or any, it doesn't have to be him, like any coach, really, the onus, the responsibility, the liability, whatever, of an education is ultimately on the student. Okay. A bad teacher, that's the bad teacher and definitely on him. But you're the guy that's paying the money for the bad teacher. At some point, you have to have the insight to say, what am I really getting out of this? I use the golf pro analogy for this, by the way. Like if you're going to go to a golf pro to improve your swing and you say, okay, it's $40 every time I go and see this guy for half an hour, whatever it is. That's what I used to pay. I do play golf to improve my swing. Okay. 3 months later, am I driving the ball further? Am I more accurate with it? Boy, look what I used to do and look what I can do now. If I'm not seeing that, I mean, it takes time. I understand that. So 3 months, 6 months later, if I'm not hammering that ball more accurately and I'm not like hitting it or I'm not my chip shots or my putting, whatever it is, if I haven't improved, there's either two things are wrong. I haven't applied myself or the teacher sucks. So that onus is on the student. If you're paying $1,100 an hour and you don't see any improvement, it's not on Corey Wayne. He's going to take your money no matter what. It's not, and it doesn't have to be him. It could be Rich Cooper. It could be Ryan. It could be whoever. If you're not seeing improvement after that, that's not on them. That's on you. You're the one that has to decide, maybe this guy isn't the best. Maybe I should try to go, don't screw yourself. But like you have to at some point assess because it's for you to grow, for you to be educated in some way. It's a two-way street. You got to have somebody who's a quality teacher for sure. But you also have to have somebody, you as a person, you have to have the student has to be able to evaluate that teacher. Because if you're not growing, then you need to move on. So just something to keep in mind, particularly now that we're in the hustle economy and that we're in this clout chasing, hell raisers and clout chasers. That's going to be the title of my memoirs, by the way. Don't steal that. Thank you for all your knowledge. Yes, thank you. That's what you get for $20. Thank you for all your knowledge, Rollo. It's like nowadays when things happen, it almost immediately clicks and some insight comes to mind from either something you said or here or I've read in your books. Thank you very much, sir. I've got a tearjerker here in a minute, but thank you for that. Okay, Derek. Before I go, Rollo, I want to say I read all 5 books. Answered prayers. Excellent. And I come back every week to keep me grounded. Thanks, bro. You are welcome, Derek Nelson. Aaron, Rollo, how much money to be an HVM high value man in a third world country? What third world country? That's the first thing. What you're getting at here is I get it. I don't know. That's sort of relative. Quite honestly, I'll come back to you, Bagel. That's relative. Do you live in some village by the sea? Do you live? It kind of depends. I do live in Bombay, India, which, by the way, I'm about to make an announcement here. Actually, I'll just do it right now. So I have a good friend. Her name is Deepika Bhardwaj. I hope I'm saying I'm going to butcher your name. Sorry, Deepika. And her movie, India's Sons, has just gone up right now. Go to indiassons.com. And you can see, I think you can at least see the trailer there. I'm pretty sure you might even be able to watch the whole thing, but it is now worldwide, I guess, because we're in the worldwide economy, right? But she has been working on this documentary for ages, like for a very long time. And I've been wanting to have her on this show. We've had correspondence for, years now. And so she's always been like, I have guys in, and if you're watching this from India, if you're watching this from, Southeast Asia, I have if you're watching this from the Philippines, I have a guy, by the way, who's in the Philippines who wants me to be on his podcast, not live. I'm going to do it remote, but he's in the Philippines. I think he's in Quezon City or he's in Manila. I can't remember, but I'm going to go and do that. It's a very low sub, channel, but I'm good with it. But I'll do that. But I think it was, when did I meet her? I think it was like in 2018 that we started having a correspondence, and she was talking. I kind of viewed her as an MRA to begin with, but she's much more than that now. And so anyways, she goes into the false EPAR, since I can't say that word anymore, situations in the marriage and everything that it's just basically intersexual dynamics for Indian culture. And I mean like in India culture. And I'm going to do my best to get her on Wednesday. If I can get her on for my midweek show, by then I will have seen the whole thing. I've got the private viewing stuff, but I want to see what the whole thing is before I get her on. So I can have, I've got articles to talk about with, but that's a bigger story, I think, than it's getting any, it needs more exposure, I think. But I think one of the things that we tend to mistake, especially in the red pill and in the manosphere, is that we think of it as being limited to just Western culture, just first world countries, just the industrial weird nations. What is it? Western, God damn it, weird. WIER. Western industrialized. What is the E? Somebody tell me what the E is. Educated, democratic, and rich. I think, weird. Okay, so all those make weird anyways. Those nations, I think we tend to think of them as being, those are where the red pill is, right? No. It's everywhere. I was just before I came on, I noticed that Dr. Red Pill, Dr. Oz, who is, Oz, not Oz, the guy that I know, the cosmetic surgeon, I've done a show with him a few times. Actually, he was on Fresh and Fit, not with me, June, somewhere around there. He's the guy that gave me the ood, by the way. He's basically Dr. Red Pill. And by the way, he's been run up the flagpole in Istanbul for being Dr. Red. I think they're trying to run him up because they think of him as sort of like the Turkish Andrew Tate. And I had no idea how feminized and gynocentric Turkey is until I met Dr. Oz. And to the point where he could lose his practice. He's a cosmetic surgeon, both in Istanbul and I believe in Pennsylvania, somewhere in Pennsylvania. So he's got dual citizenship. It's worldwide. The red pill is worldwide. You're part of, if you want to take some encouragement, here's some encouraging words. Wow, you're negative. No, here's some positivity worldwide. I had people in Istanbul begging me for a Turkish translation of the book. And by the way, the first one is in translation for Turkish right now. Courtesy, by the way, of Dr. Oz. So remember that this is a worldwide thing. This isn't just in Western industrialized, educated, rich, democratic nations. This is everywhere. And so in India, when you watch India's Sons, you'll understand that you're part of something way bigger than just your Western country that you happen to be in. So how do I be a high value man in, Santiago, Chile? I don't know. Is that a throw? Hopefully I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. How do I be a high value man in Somalia? Drugs. No, I mean, the principle is the same. The context and the, how you go about it, how you're going to go about those things is different, but the principles are always hypergamy is a human thing. Your burden of performance as a man is a human thing. It's not this nation or that nation. It's human beings do this thing. It's the machine. And that's where all these guys who I've been talking about recently, and I'm going to talk about some more today, that's where they all fail. They all want to make it about their personal ideology. They all want to make it about beliefs. They all want to turn the red pill into a philosophy. It's not a fucking philosophy. It is not a fucking belief. It is a praxeology in that it is a study of human behavior, in that human behavior has a purpose. It has a latent function to it. That's why it dovetails so nicely with evolutionary psychology, Evo bio, and a whole lot of Evo everything else. So, he doesn't know what praxeology is. Fuck you. I do know what praxeology is. Okay. So, but the thing is, people want to throw that out there. Even if I didn't know what it was, you still can't, you still can't argue against the fact that it's based in empiricism and factual absolutism instead of belief and emotionalism, right? Or social constructionism. That's where it is. Oh, well, he doesn't know what it means. Does it matter? It's objective reality versus your relative subjectivism. If you want to put it that way, fine. Let's put it that way. But you're still dealing with the same argument. But it's worldwide. What's a high value man in Paducah, Kentucky versus a high value man in Brickell or Miami? A high value man in Vegas versus a high value guy in Butte, Montana. The bagel. Here you go. Bagel guy. Pearl is being pimped by her husband. Really? I didn't know that. She has a husband? Pearl has a husband? I didn't think she was married. To OnlyFans chick pimped by their peers. Puppets following a profitable template. Yes, by the way, that's exactly what Marnie Wing Girl has been doing successfully to the tune of millions of dollars. And by the way, I don't have millions of dollars. Marnie Wing Girl does, because they've been able to work that hustle for a long time. The only thing is now that they're being forced into the clout economy, the chuck wagon's pulling out, baby. You better be able to clout jack somebody else, or they're going to clout jack you. And you better know that even if you're not going to do that, you better know the dynamics of it, or you're going to get wrecked. She's really, I didn't know. I know Marnie Wing Girl is. I don't know about Pearl. I didn't know if she was married or she wasn't. Neither do I care. Rollo, you ever thought of a book on male nature? Yeah, it's called The Rational Male. Book 5 revealed an in-competition that really helped me with crabs in the bucket. Intrasexual competition? Yes, I'm glad. Thank you. Send tacos. I need a taco sound drop of some sort. Here, you get this first.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.
Technological chaos. It's pretty much boomer and Gen X advertising tactics, trying 2020 dance moves with footloose rhythms. Yes, thank you. I got rid of my Z Cavaricis. Thank you. Josie Wales, the outlaw Josie Wales. That is a badass name, and a badass movie too, by the way. That was actually the first Clint Eastwood movie I saw as a kid. Just sending my red pill tuition and your multitasking ability. Oh, and checking your multitasking abilities. Thank you.
Round 1, fight.
There you go. And I've been streaming show for months and read all Russian Whale books except for Player's Handbook. Go get it. Would you like to see what it looks like? Love your work. Keep spreading the awareness, and I will do my level best to do so. You can get out. Feisty Goat. Oh, my Lord in heaven. Thank you. Aren't you worried that Dr. Phil will clip you like Pierce Morgan and Andrew Tate? Kate. No, I'm not. You know why I'm not worried? Because I know it will happen. I absolutely know that it will happen. So, and by the way, I think I can talk about this. When people say, didn't you know you're going to get ambushed? Yeah, I did. Actually, I absolutely knew I was. That's why I tried to do everything I could in my power to be as prepared as I could. Now, for all you guys are going like, oh, I can't believe he did that. Well, he said he would never do it. What about Roche? Roche, by the way, went on Dr. Oz in 2015. Let me give you a bit of information. He went on Dr. Oz in 2015. In 2014, 2016, the year before, he wrote an article on, was it Return of Kings, I believe it was. And the title of that blog, or the title of that blog post, was Dr. Oz is an effing pussy. That's what it was. And then he went on to explain. I was kind of weirded out. The reason I remembered it was because I was kind of like, what the hell is he? Why is he? Who cares? Right. Apparently he knew Dr. Oz, or he had some sort of like, I don't know, maybe mom knew Dr. Oz. I don't know. I know that Dr. Oz, the actual real Dr. Oz, who just lost his bid for whatever political office. That dude. Yeah. He brought Roosh on there a year later after that and put him on a show, painting him or building him up as the fat shaming king of the internet. Like this Roosh is way more than just that. I mean, come on. But they needed a villain. And he was happy to play that role. He already knew what he was walking into because a year earlier he had written an article about, hey, Dr. Oz his show is run by his wife, and he's a big pussy, and he's a blue pill chump, right? And I was like, okay, Roosh. And then a year later he goes on the show. Well, I didn't put two and two together back then, but I have now. And when people come at me and they say, well, aren't you doing the same thing Roosh did? No, because I'm not trying to tell you that I got ambushed and, it wasn't my fault. I knew damn well I was going to be. And I explained this to you. And my problem with Roosh back in 2015 had nothing to do with the fact that he went on Dr. Oz. It was after he went on Dr. Oz and tried to tell his entire, viewership, his readership, and everyone else that he got ambushed and he didn't see it coming. Bullshit, you didn't see it coming. I went and linked that blog and said, you know what? If you went on the show and you wanted to get a cheap dollar, I could even respect that. I could respect the hustle. Go out there and do what you're going to do, but don't bullshit your audience, especially me, because I was part of the audience, of his audience anyways. And don't tell me you got ambushed and you didn't see it coming. You knew it was coming because a year ago you wrote this blog post. You have some sort of connection going on there, and that's when I got blocked. And I have been since. I have been blocked by, and I don't care. I'm whatever, do you, Roosh. But that was when like people go, there's beef between Rollo and Roosh. And by the way, to Roosh's credit, like the old Roosh, not the Ted Kaczynski Roosh, not the beard, not the Eastern Orthodox Roosh. To his credit, and thank you for doing this, by the way. I mean, you saw the video that I put out for the Red Pill Schism episode. That was him, circa 2016. That was post Dr. Oz. Didn't have the beard, the really big beard anyways at that time. But to his credit, like a lot of the people in the Roosh V forums were coming at me and they were trying to dox me and my wife at the time too. But it wasn't like they weren't doing it on like YouTube. They were just like putting it in the forums and everything else. And Roosh actually put the kibosh on that. Like he banned those people from doing that because doxing back then was a big deal. You didn't even if the people you hated the most, you still didn't dox. That was only for liberal progressive wokesies. That was for that. And so he stopped that, saying, thank you for doing that, Roosh, which is more than I can say for Anthony Johnson, John Anthony Lifestyle. Let's see who else. Alex from Playing with Fire. Who else? Name a name. Right? It's funny. The guys in the Manosphere will do it. But Roosh was like, no, don't dox anybody. Don't put anybody's personal information out there. Good. Thank you. Then, and for all the good it did. But anyways, like my beef, such as it is with Roosh, had nothing to do with the fact that he went on Dr. Oz. It was after the fact, and I pointed it out, and he didn't like me pointing it out. That's really what it comes down to. So, anyways, continue. You could have said the word hippomonstrosquidopediophobia in Dr. Phil's audience, and they hear hippo. Yes, thank you. That's a mouthful. Is that really a thing? What is the longest word in the English language? Some smart motherfucker knows that. Chemo writes. Thank you. Chemo again. Oh, you're just saying. Okay. Would you agree that it's detrimental to have no rites of passage or barrier of entry to speak on certain things? If yes, where would you start? Okay, I've done. Actually, I have a blog post. I put it in. It's in the third book. It's called Rites of Passage. It's exactly what you're talking about. I have said in the past. I'll say it again right now. I think that when guys become red pill, like when they become like aware. I hate using the red pill as like a verb, but once they kind of go from this old way of thinking into this new way, as I've said before, there's like the 5 stages of unplugging, which are, parallel to the 5 stages of grief. The reason for that is because you're lamenting and you're mourning really the loss of your old. Don't worry, I see them. I got all the super chats, bro. I'm going as fast as I can. Right, I could do a whole show on nothing but super chats. Let's see. Did you see SOS, Saucecast, and Sneeko? Yes, I did. Thank you. Okay, and Killacoot, Rollo, is there any way I can get a signed copy of The Rational Mail? Even send my copy to have sent back signed. You can if you are an NFT holder. Yes, you can, but usually I do that at special events and things like that. What the hell are you guys doing in the chat? Jesus Christ, I can't leave you guys alone for a fucking minute. Greetings, Sensei. Rollo, thanks for preventive medicine. At least is good as Tierra. I think the second book is the sleeper hit. Salams from Germany. You are welcome. Okay, got to that one. Here we go. Let's keep going back to the rest of these. Oh, damn. Thank you very much. Oh, Lord in heaven. I see you. Thank you, Sammy. I'm trying to do the best I can. I'm a one-man show. I think a lot of people try to say the red pill doesn't involve any aspect of feeling. They like to take everything to the extreme. They want what they don't agree with to be black and white. Yes. You know what? I will come back to that. I'm starring that for now. Thank you, Groovy Dude, Groovy Ghoulie. Here you go. You get one. Okay. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Saw your Access Vegas clip on Tom Brady. You want me to talk about Tom Brady? We'll at the end of the show, but by the last half hour, I promise you, I will get to Tom Brady. Didn't hear the following possibility. Despite being the GOAT, he was blue pill weak man with Giselle, and that's why she kicked him to the curb for martial arts guy. Thoughts? Go watch the Dollar Cost Crypto show I did with Miguel. And he's probably, I think he's got timestamps in it. And go to the Tom Brady part of that. If you want, like in the meantime, while I'm getting to your while I get to Tom Brady, go look at that because we talked about that. There's crossover between Tom Brady and the FTX collapse. Yes. By the way, I just recently started reading your books. Keep up the good work. Thank you. That's good. And let's see. Elena's Bar. Hey, Rollo, women who messed up in the past can't handle stats and the truth. I'm impressed by how many people can't handle stats and data. Great books. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Honduras, checking in. I've internalized it, chasing the bag. Okay, good. Do you think more of Jennifer Aniston of the world, women with exceptionally beautiful genetics? Do you think more of the Jennifer Anistons of the world, women with exceptionally beautiful genetics? Yeah, she is classically beautiful. I think she's been good. I mean, here's the thing. She's never had any kids, right? I think if she had ever had kids, it might have changed her outlook. Vice versus, I think, average looking women will make up more of the 40 to 50% of women that will be single and childless by 2030. Correlation. I'm going to star you and come back because that's a pretty good one. I think maybe that's what I need to do. Start and come back. Atbin. My girlfriend, 22 and 27, broke up, and me, 22. My girlfriend, 22, and I, 27. Dude, this isn't Reddit. Broke up after 2 years. I was unhappy because she was needy as fuck. Context was equals I was her first. Yeah, I can understand. Okay, I get it. And a hurdle to an obstacle to your career. She was unhappy because she was never a priority. Thoughts? Because you were her first, you never forget your first. One of the things that's really tough with like virgins, and one of the reasons I say it, tell guys to kind of try to, I mean, you can't all, like guys will say, oh, I want a virgin wife. No, you don't. The reason for that is because a lot of guys, the only chick that they've ever been with is the first girl that they were, they were high school sweethearts and they were a virgin and he was a virgin, blah, blah, blah. If you have sex with a virgin woman, like always beware of that. Oh, you're my first, because you will almost automatically alpha widow that girl. You will not leave her better than you found her, because it's like licking the ice cream. This is the part of licking the ice cream that I agree with, right? Because virgin women will tend to make the first guy that like got the box. That will be their first alpha widow. Rollo, I know you are busy as hell, but I sent you a few videos that I am uploading soon. Yes, I saw them. Would you like feedback? Would like some feedback if possible. Would like more time if I had it, if possible. I have been focusing on why Christian guys are finding themselves leaving the church for the red pill. Oh, thank you, Glenn, because I am going to dig into exactly that when I go and I dress down not Michael Foster, which Foster and Doug Wilson. They've been coming out by name. They have been, let's see.
Say my name.
Doug Wilson and is it Michael Foster? Last name, I think it's Michael Foster. These guys now have a YouTube channel. Thank you for that, Glenn Lawrence. You want to talk about old school media versus like welcome to the hustle / clout economy? Doug Wilson, he's definitely part of that. That's one of those pastors I was just mentioning earlier in the show. Same thing with, I think it's Michael Foster is the other guy. They used to belong, by the way. If you can go look this up. I think there's some clips in there where they mention me by name. Okay.
Say my name.
And I'm like, you know what? Bring it. You want to debate? I will go on your stage and sit right there in your midst. Just know I know everything about your engagement and your back and forth with Dalrock from 2017, I think. These guys used to belong to an organization called Warhorn. I don't know if it's even in existence anymore, but maybe they're the last remnants of it. This is a guy like Doug Wilson in particular is the guy who is if mama ain't happy, God ain't happy. If your wife ain't fucking you, it's probably because there's something wrong with you and God's not happy with you. And therefore, if he were happy with you, your wife would be fucking you. Essentially, that's what it comes down to. And that was the back and forth in the exchanges that he and Dalrock and I believe Michael Foster had is like back in like 2017, 2018. You want to see the blog posts? I'll be happy to throw those out there. I remember having very long conversations with Dalrock about that. And if you want me to come on your show, name the day. Give me the day, the time, the place. I will be there. On my own expense. I'll fly out there and own your asses. Bring it. Yes, I'm calling you out, Doug Wilson and whatever, Michael Foster. Bring it. Yeah, I was going to do a dedicated show to that actually, but thanks for that, Glenn. Yeah, here you go.
She's not a Christian.
Okay. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Oh no, you get that. This is just for you, my friend. Thanks, PP, for your $200 contribution. You get even better than that. PP always throws me a bone. Thank you very much, because it's expensive to do Access Vegas, quite honestly. Running this show and like trying to develop Access Vegas is it's a labor of love at this point. Gen Z will never know the free AOL disc struggle. Yes, remember when they used to send that shit to you? Did I catch everybody? Am I good? Did I get all the way back up? I got to PP. Oh, there's a little few. It's Kirkpatrick. Hold on a second. Jesus Christ, guys, you're killing me with this. Oh, thank you. Oh, very much. Thanks for calling me out on Michael Sartain's show. I'm 24 and was raised to be a traditional man. I just got out of a red pill rage and now I'm building a better future for myself. You're the man. You know what?
Say my name.
Right back at you, Zaffron. I got you, fam. I got you. Let's see. Kirkpatrick, I did you already, man. Thanks for endlessly entertaining predictive. Okay. Oh, okay. So I caught up to that. Thank you very much. Let's go back down to here. I really actually have some other shit to show you guys today. What you got there, Jesse? The only way I see natural order to be restored is to let the weak men and the absence of masculinity create hard times, so that hard times can create some strong men. Yeah, well, you know who thought that back in 1914 or 1913, 1914? All the dudes back then. Let's see. Almost done with the first book. You and Rich Cooper save lifesavers. Long story short, you two are without a doubt the Yoda and Luke Skywalker of the TRP. Oh yeah, We're the sole survivors. One day I will join the Red Pill Jedi Council too. You, my friend, are welcome at any time.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there it is. Ah, man. Sammy is like a lifesaver. He just brought Sam, post that link for that Dalrock link in the chat so that when our good friend Doug Wilson finally sees this, that he'll know what I'm talking about. What is this guy talking about? I never had any. Oh, who's this Dalrock guy? You know exactly who he is. Read the Rational Mail. Oh, my girl, Icy.
Hey, y'all.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult you with Brittany Renner's sound drop. And by the way, that was mine. I pulled this and gave it to Chris Pogson, by the way. We trade sound drops like Pokemon cards, man. It's a trading card game, man.
Tell that bitch to be cool.
Oh, thank you, Icy, for your input. Icy says, "What's up?" I say, "What's up?"
Tell that bitch to be cool.
Thank you very much. I see. Let's see. I have so much respect for you, Rollo. I have right back at you, brother. Thank you. I got you, fam. How is Pearl at 700,000 subs without getting many views? Is she buying subs? You tell me, man. You can go and you can find out. Why are you asking me? I just work here. You want to go find out right now? We could go to Social Blade right now. We could go to playbook.co, or you could go and do it on your own. That's funny. Yeah, most likely. A lot. And here's the thing. It's like when people bring that up, they'll be like, hey, man, how come you're not at 200? Well, I'm getting close. Guys, sub to the channel, please. Like this, whatever. Like as much as you can. Oh, okay, I got to you. People go, how come you don't have 1 million subs? You know, Fresh and Myron got to subs. By the way, organically. You can go look at Social Blade and you can go look at their actual, you know, their monthly, daily, yearly sub count, and it is in no way buying subs. So, but you can go find out. That's not a problem. Big Mo knows how to do that. Funny thing that you mentioned them. Thank you. I got it. God damn it. Funny thing you mentioned them. I'm using their video that I found and the clips interview that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will definitely watch that, Glenn. Maybe I'll bring you on. Would you like to come on for that? Maybe we can tag team that one. I wouldn't mind having some help. A super sticker. Bet you'd never thought you'd get one of these.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
I see. You guys. My job is not to like fuss with the super chats here. It's to like do something entertaining and educational. Is it instinctual or something when women tend to bring up their boyfriend even when I'm not hitting on them? Yes. Instinctual? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I would say that. It would be an instinct. It's kind of like when. Okay, so why does that happen? That's by the way, Alan, that's actually a pretty good question here. You want some technical advice? Here we go. Now, here's a Tom with clips. Start now. Is it instinctual or something women always have to bring up their boyfriend even when I'm not hitting on them? That's what's called a boyfriend disclaimer. Okay? It's preemptive. Like there's if the girl thinks, remember you might not even know. I'm not hitting on this girl. Why is she telling me about her boyfriend? You might be telegraphing like certain visual cues, like sub-communications. You might be telegraphing something to her without maybe even knowing it. You might be unconscious of it, right? But women are very, very sensitive to communications, right? As you know, that they are wired for that. Evolution made women much better, much more adept at communications. And I mean all forms of communication, covert communications primarily. So when a guy is I might be talking with a young lady. I don't want to chat her up. I'm certainly not going to bang her or anything like that. But because I'm in certain positions of authority, or if I have command presence, if I'm directing a commercial, or if I'm directing something else, if I'm in a position where I am like the contextual alpha, that might in some way say, well, I'm going to talk about my boyfriend. So if you're thinking about it, then you're not actually hitting on them. And you're like, how's your boyfriend these days? Is he into, dogs? I don't know, it seems like out of sorts, but what she's doing kind of I think subconsciously is perhaps she's attracted to you also. She's trying to tell herself I have a boyfriend, by preemptively saying that, or she's getting cues from you, subcommunications from you, telegraphing to her that you, even though you're not, you might be. She can't tell. So maybe that's the default. It's a boyfriend disclaimer. Well, my boyfriend, this. There's all kind. You go read the player's handbook. There's a whole chapter on the boyfriend disclaimer in there. Yeah, IC is part. Do you want me to front Bible study for you? IC, I'll do that for you. Hang on 1 second. Let me get to this first. Christian men are leaving the church because the blue pill indoctrination. However, do you foresee Muslim men leaving their mosques for the same reason? Probably not. Okay, so I have stats. You want to know what the stats are? I'll bring them up here in just a second. Religion overall, not just Christianity, but religion overall has declined rapidly since the mid 1980s. And on top of that, that was led by men like just the churches, the old school 20th century churches have been hemorrhaging members. Well, certainly since the mid 2000s. And one of the things that we used to get in trouble for back in the Dalrock blog, in the blog era, was we would have those conversations because at one point, guys like Michael Foster and not to be confused with Phil Foster, Michael Foster and Doug Wilson were part of a group that were seeing like less and less men in the church. And like, where the hell are the guys? Right. I brought this up and go read Religion. It's right. It's in the book. I spent 3 years writing the goddamn book. Go read it. But I point this out is like these guys go, well, where are the men? They're in the manosphere. That's where they went. They're collecting on, well, they were on forums and then blogs, and now they're following shows like this. And now they're in this is the new media. They're in engagement media. That's where they're at. They're in the manosphere. And what gets me, and Glenn, maybe this is something you need to sort of look at when you're doing your shows about like Michael Foster Michael Foster and Doug Wilson. They know this shit. This isn't a surprise to them. This isn't novel shit for them. It's novel that they finally got a YouTube channel and they're like, "Whoa, well, we're going to talk about this growing problem." Bullshit. You guys have known about this like wrong. You guys have known about this forever. As far back as the Dalrock data, probably before that. I think I actually talked to, when was that night? 2017. I think in 2017, I actually spoke with Michael Foster at one point. And he said, I was trying to get some interviews with some guys who were like sort of, I think it was because I was just starting Religion at the time. And I was trying to get some interviews with guys, and the guy was like actively sabotaging me. And I'm just like, fuck it, I'll block, you know. But they've known about this stuff for forever. This is not new. Hey, where are the men? We need to get men to be more responsible. And this manosphere and this red pill stuff is really, really concerning. You know, they're teaching men this and this and this. Is like, yeah, you mean the Lost Boys generation you've known about and been blogging about and talking shit about since 2013, 2014? Those guys? Yeah. Wow. Why should today be any different? That's the thing. It's like, I've been around long enough to know all this stuff. I've been around since, I've been around since there.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
I was there 3,000 years ago. That's why you will lose. I will be happy to go own your asses publicly. It would be an honor to stream with you. I'm sure it would be, Glenn. Hey, is it cool if I stream with you? It is very cool if you stream with me. Elena Barre, Elena's Bar. Why did you pick that name? Do you think economically harder times have more families? Yes and no. Men will, statistic, you could make the case that no, I would say no, because the baby boom happened post-war. So I don't know. That's a hard time, right? Men will have to be smarter with money. What will happen? I don't know. What will happen to women when they run out of options and men stay and survive by themselves? Let's ask the Magic 8 Ball. Magic 8 Ball. What will happen to women when they run out of options and men stay and survive by themselves? God has pretty much told me that he can get me out of this mess, but you're fooked. No, I don't think so. What will happen when they run out of options? What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? Suddenly they'll all be housemaker, housewives, right? Yeah. Remember what happened. Okay, here, let me present this to you as well. What happened with Dutch women when the Germans occupied their country in 1939, somewhere around there, when they occupied their country and sat there? What did they do? What did the young women of Holland do at that time? They hedged their bets. And they thought that the winners had already come in and occupied, and they wanted to be on the winning side because they didn't want to live like crap, right? Women will do whatever is expedient. You have to remember, women's concept of love is based on opportunism. That is Iron Rule of Tomasi, number 6. Yeah. Women fundamentally lack the ability to love a man in a way that a man expects or believes that woman should be able to love him. If you read the rest of that rule, unlike some people who you'll know about later on, that rule is not about, it's a law, Iron Rule of Tomasi, right? That law is meant to illustrate one simple fact. Men and women have different concepts of love. There's a gendered concept for love for men and for women. There's also a gender concept of respect for men and for women. There's other ones too. We talk about those as well. And when it's what's funny is like when I talk about the gendered concepts of respect, it's almost easier for people to accept that and understand that than it is for them to understand that men and women love differently. That's really what it is. It's not a kick in the teeth to the girls. It's a wake up call for the guys. That's what it is. The red pill doesn't exist, so you will hate women. It exists so you won't hate women for what they can't be to you. They can't. What you believe that they can be for you is your blue pill training. They're your blue pill conditioning, your blue pill idealism. Oh, I think I want a girl who loves me as much as I love her. It's like it's everything just that comes out of Justin Baldini's whatever his name, Baldoni's book and his everything that comes out of his mouth is blue pill, pansy ass, simpery tropes from the blue pill, old school mentality, old order thinking, 20th century, like Oprah-esque crap. That's what it is. I'll tell you right now, and I'll be happy to go on your show too, Justin, and own your ass as well. You want me to go on there? It won't taste good when I'm done, but I will. You will definitely get an education. You want what Rollo's got cooking. All right. Well, what will they do? Women will do what they have always done. Opportunity to survive. You want to know why there's the war brides dynamic? That's what they'll do. Super sticker who I can't show.
Would you like to know more?
There you go. All right.
Gee, why does Rollo go for 5 hours?
Because I have nobody to run chats for me. Hey, Margot, one of my girls. Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. Slow the hell down. Here we go. Hey, Rollo. Is there a connection to women being the majority of viewers of true crime and female hybristophilia? I really think Jeffrey Dahmer was sexy. Yeah, let me talk sexy. Have you spoken about this before? Yes, I have talked about hybristophilia in great detail, Margaret. Welcome, sister. Yes, hybristophilia. Yes, there is, because it goes back to why women like bad boys, more or less. Hell, you like what? Don't take my word for it. Take Dr. Jordan Peterson's word for it. Okay. Peterson will tell you the same thing. They want guys who are dangerous men, right? Dangerous men who have it under control. You guys have seen that one, right? You want to talk about a guy who's like trying to work his way into the red pill space. He doesn't want to say he is. He doesn't want to be part of the manosphere. But when, some half-ass feminist, director calls him king of the incels, I guess I am. You know what I've noticed about Peterson videos lately is a lot of those videos, like the thumbnails are shorts. He's like, I don't know who's like, you know what? If it's Michaela, if you're putting out your dad's keep the crying ones, keep the crying thumbnails on there, because that man, Oh boy, nothing packs him in like that. Go look at the viewership where he's like that in the thumbnail. Look at that. And look at that compared to like just, I don't know. He's talking about how men need to, make their beds or something like that. Look at that thumbnail versus the look at that one. You want to know why people click through for my Hafiz show when it was Hafiz and Pearl? Because I cry like that. I don't know. That's you guys, man. I just work here, man. I just do what works. Yes, I have talked about hybristophilia in great detail. It is part of the bad boy dynamic. It's the dark triad. It's why dark triad is very sexy. And that's also, by the way, why is that true? Is there stats? Like, okay, so I'm hybristophilia. Yes. Okay. But is it true that the true crime viewers or readers, is it mostly women? It might be. Mostly women read as it is. I've got stats on that. Like as far as like book sales, women buy books way more than guys do, which is very concerning to me. But thank you, Margot, my bass player. I need Margot to do a bass line for me, and then we'll put it on Access Vegas. Maybe how cool would this be? What if Margot could learn Black Mountain? That whole song's almost all bass. Ask me how I know. The reason why I'm addressing it is to point out that Ruslan, to Ruslan. Dude, do not take Ruslan seriously. There's another dude that looks exactly like Ruslan, where Ruslan is like kind of copying his look from. I'll go dig that up for you here in a minute. I didn't even realize this until like somebody pointed this out to me. It's like Ruslan is just a cop, or he's just like he's a carbon copy of this other guy, down to like the poodle haircut. Ruslan, that the church has failed to keep men involved and engaged in the church, and how the church is implementing unbiblical practices that would not support men attending. Yes, exactly.
She's not a Christian.
That's what I've said for forever. That if you read my book, if he had actually read my book instead of the little parts that his people read and he highlighted for him. But if he knew anything about this, he would also have been concerned with the part where I'm saying that, more and more men have left the church. They're leaving the church. They still aren't right now. I'll go dig up stats here in just a second. But remember what I said about psychologists going and doing all of this work to then see a guy like John from My Life Dating making more money in less time and have a bigger following? That's the same thing for guys like Ruslan, actually. Right? Or pastors like that who want to get into the hustle economy, right? Well, I've been a youth pastor for forever, and I'm hip and cool. I used to be a white boy rapper for a Christian rapper too, and now this seems like I asked him that on the show. What pays you more, being a white Christian rapper or doing what you're doing right now? I knew the answer right away. So they're in the hustle economy, and so you got to get good. You better get good. What do? You cop other people's looks. But there's people who are already doing it better. But then it conflicts with what the old order way of thinking about like Christianity or here's how we ought to do religion. It's really tough. Really tough to square that circle. The old order way of thinking and the faith and the doctrine and everything with the newer way of delivering it. I made that like very expressly clear in religion. It's in the chapter called Christian Kosher. What they do is they take whatever the secular world is throwing out there that's popular. They wait probably less than a year now, but 18 months. And then they slap a Jesus fish logo on it and they go, this is the Christian version of YouTube. This is the Christian version of this t-shirt. This is the Christian rock band. This is the Christian this. This is the brilliant marketing because you've got a captive audience, captive market. Great, man. Respect the hustle for sure. But how does that square with your faith? How does that square with your doctrine? That's what, and of course, what I do is that I make the comparison that the idea is that gynocentrism is now part of Christian Kosher. Feminism is part of Christian Kosher. Let's change the Bible so we can lose all the he's and hims and put in gender neutral terms in there. And if you don't believe me, go look up the gender neutral version of the Bible, which is out there right now. But you know what you're just going to say.
She's not a Christian.
Yes, I know. And I'll tell you lastly here, Glenn, I'm done. Thanks. We'll get to the religion part. I really want to do that with you. We'll do that. We'll do Doug Wilson. We'll tag team Doug Wilson and Michael Foster. It'll be like a wrestling match. How's that? The last but not least, I think here, what you're going to run into is this, because I've been running into this since the Dalrock days, is it took pickup artists to point this out to guys who should have known better. It took pickup artists to go, there ain't no men in your church. Holy pastor, holy man, reverend, pastor, church man, preacher man. Ain't no men in your church, preacher man.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
You know why? Because your church, through being Christian kosher, has become actively hostile to anything conventionally masculine. Want to talk about that? You know where to find me, motherfucker. All right. Is that what you want? Yes. I've got that too. And Michael Metroke, thank you for your 99-cent super sticker that is turning red, and I don't know how you do that. How do you make a 99-cent super sticker look like it's a $100 super chat? That is a mystery of the universe. Oh, but this is not... Rollo, Mr. Mo, Rollo managed to get through my red pill rage, but I noticed a lot of other content creators seem to be a profit off of the red pill rage, which is exactly, thank you for putting us back on track, Mr. Mo, rather than help men process through it and improve. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Would this encapsulate the Clout Chasers? Yes, it would. And notice this on videos hitting my recommendations. Oh, really? That's because it must be the algorithm.
Now by the founder and chief executive of the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, Imran Ahmed. Good evening to you. So first of all, can you explain how TikTok's algorithm actually works?
No, I can't.
Well, good evening. TikTok is a different platform to Facebook and Twitter in that it's less about who you directly follow, but more about what the algorithm, the actual platform recommends you see based on what you've been watching already.
No, it doesn't.
And look, this platform's constantly tracking what you're spending time on. So if you stay on something for 5 seconds, it knows this is something that's likely to get them to stay on for another 5 seconds. And because, of course, this is an advertising-driven platform, all of their revenue comes from advertising. Their only goal is to get you to stay on as long as possible.
So how is it different then to other social media platforms?
Well, what we found is that it's one of the most aggressive at surfacing new material that you might be interested in, but actually is the most addictive type of content within the areas that you've been looking at. So, for example, if you're someone that cares about women's rights, it will surface these videos to you because it knows that it gets people angry, and so therefore they watch for longer. In fact, people who are really sophisticated on these platforms, like this gentleman, they know themselves that you want to keep about 40 to 50% of your followers should be what they call haters, because that makes people keep on watching it and therefore surface the video to lots and lots of new people. And that's the key to it, is that he's got 11.6 billion views, not because his content is good or that it's actually worthwhile for him.
All right, let me stop it right there. This fine gentleman, fine British bloke, is Imran Ahmed. Now, I'm not going to say where I discovered this young man, but I will say this, is that he has a hard-on for Andrew Tate. And is, has at least promoted the idea that his organization or he himself have been personally responsible for the execution, the crucifixion, the erasure of Andrew Tate. And I've got a few, let's see. Oh, wait, here it is. Where'd that go? While we're here with our good friend Imran. Now here's what, now these are far back as I didn't know who this guy was, but I know people who did. And this is him back in, August of 2022 when Andrew got banned. For the Andrew Tate stands, how hip of you. Freedom of speech is not the same as freedom of reach. That's clever. behave like a vile bigot who continually breaches platform rules. He didn't. And, well, you should expect to get booted. Even if platforms are very rarely actually get their act together and do that. That was then. And number 2, received an email from YouTube telling me they've banned Andrew Tate. Ha ha! Must have been because of our hard work.
Finish him.
I replied and told them that telling me they banned Andrew Tate. I replied and told them we checked lots of other channels and we identified reposting his content a strategy he encourages. No, he actually built a business on this and are still active. It's not good enough. Trust but verify. This guy doesn't know how the algorithm works, and he's pretty much bringing it up right here in the rest of the. I'll let him continue though. Let's keep going.
Humanity is because it makes our societies angrier and feel more hateful.
Oh dear, I feel like a bit of a dupe.
You're a bit of a dupe. Yes, you probably are a bit of a dupe. You mean like violent video games, convincing young men to go out and perform acts of violence and rioting and Grand Theft Auto, stealing cars. Yeah, all that. Like that's inspiring them to that. I got you. Don't worry. We're coming up on that. Keep going.
I actually went and watched and also got very angry. And then I looked at some of the comments.
You're talking about
exactly that. A lot of them were saying, just who are you and what gives you the right? I suppose the point is, though, is that Anam Kaiser was saying, the kids as young as 13 or possibly younger, actually, are watching this.
Well, look, the stuff.
What color is your Bugatti? 12 years old.
This guy pumps out is hardcore woman hatred. The very.
Not that softcore stuff. Not that low, but not that showside stuff. No, this is the real deal.
Specific kind that equates women as second-class citizens that should be subjugated by men, and that you should be violent with them if they don't do what men want. That's what inspired the man who murdered people in Plymouth last year. In fact, on this day in 2021, Jake Davison, the incel murderer. Ooh. And there is a real life cost for the proliferation of this kind of hate online. This is a Chinese-owned company that's choosing to generate revenues off the back of British users.
Well, it is a Chinese company, and yes, it has ties to the CCP. You are correct about that. But you're incorrect about the algorithm. Keep going.
By pumping material that makes British young boys think that it's okay to beat up women. And that is.
I wonder how many guys actually think like that. So there is oh, hey, what's up, guys? Hey, thank you very much. I see you guys in there. I got to put the call. Shout out to my Iron Disciple guys. The only guys in the sphere that I would actually want to go on there and have a real decent conversation with. Imran Ahmed, by the way, is I don't know if he's the CEO or CEO. In some way, he's the director of an organization. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Soralita. Yes, it's, again, it's like, I think we call it concern trolling. Mr. Ahmed, Imran here. Is the director of, I want to say it's the Center for Combating Online Hate, I think is what it is. I'll have to look up the actual acronym here. I've got the site here. Where'd it go? Somebody show this to me. Anyways, he has he's got some sort of online report here about the rise of incels. And I brought this up last show, actually, as a matter of fact. And I got one more really, really kind of damning study here. It's in my Twitter. Sorry, I had to go dig it out of my Twitter here. You know what? Let me let him finish and I'll go dig out what I was going to put for you.
It is unbelievable that our government has not yet sealed this particular weakness that is the cause of terrorism.
Cause.
Should he be banned? And
remember that the cause of terrorism.
Whose responsibility would it be?
Rough.
Well, you would think that the moral responsibility would lie with the company, but right now there are no levers that the British government can pull to ask companies to behave in a way that at least forces them to absorb the costs of the harm that is currently being felt by Britain, and British people and British society in rapes, in violence against women, in the terrorist attacks. Right now, none of that cost is borne by the platforms who are just quids in when it comes to the advertising. And so the key is to start to shift those costs over, to disincentivize them from allowing this kind of material to be what they choose algorithmically to amplify to billions of people. And I think
you have no idea how the algorithm works, dude. You have zero
concept.
Talk
about the government possibly delaying it. The time for delay is over.
All right. So anyways, this is the guy who has decided that his holy crusade is to get Andrew Tate banned. I've seen some other guys on Instagram. There's like one homosexual guy who's very outspoken, and I can't remember off the top of my head right now, who also wants the scalp. They want Andrew Tate's scalp is what they want. And so the whole thing is really kind of one of these, like the Center for Online Hate or whatever. It's a not-for-profit, not a nonprofit, a not-for-profit organization. I believe it relies on donations. I haven't really looked. I'm doing my homework on these guys. But my best guess is this. I'm speculating. This is me spitballing. I'm not saying this is or it isn't, but it appears to be, anyways, from my cursory understanding of all this. It's an organization that is kind of like, it's make work organization. It's the idea that, well, we need somebody out there to really police this stuff. And, it's about like anti-Islam, anti-LGBTQ, anti-misogyny, name whatever hate there is. Well, we got to have an organization that covers all their bases, right? And we got to make it look like we're actually doing something. And nothing would look better than if you could go on these shows, or if you could go in some way imply or infer that you were responsible for taking down the most notorious, misogynist, the loudest voice on YouTube. Boy, wouldn't that be a scalp to have? Wouldn't that be a trophy, a feather in your fucking cap, right? So anyone, hell, you know what? I took down Andrew Tate. You can too. Just go and say, hey, man, somewhere along the line, he decided not to do it anymore because I had a real stern talk. Hey, you, leave her alone. Okay, I'm just going to delete myself. Okay, so let's get back to a couple of things here. I got to go nuts and bolts here, because if you don't know the nuts and bolts, and this is where like people's eyes glaze over from the old media. They just don't understand this. When you start getting into technical terms and you start getting into stats and you start talking about the algorithm, the lady interviewing, and I guess it's in the BBC or something like that, the lady interviewing here has no idea what an algorithm is. Neither does Imran Ahmed either. So shall I explain? So Imran, if you're watching this, I will explain to you why you're full of shit. Okay. Here's why. The algorithm doesn't pump what YouTube wants it to pump. That's the whole thing. It is based on impressions and click-through rate. It is what is that person looking at and what will come up in their suggested videos. Okay. How does that work? Let's have a look here. Okay. So the way that, if you want to know why Andrew Tate was canceled, it wasn't because of you. It wasn't because of whatever that gay guy was. It wasn't because of anybody. It was because he gamed the algorithm. He figured out the code. He figured out the cheat code, and YouTube didn't want him to have that. And neither, I should say, did Instagram or any of these other guys, right? So you got to remember, we have to look at the series of circumstances that led up to this. And as much as Patrick Bet-David doesn't want to say this is a multi-level marketing scheme, it is. It's just this. That's his thinking is like 20th century. So MLM, multi-level marketing. That's what it's way different, let's just say, than affiliate marketing, but it's based on the same model, let's just say. It's a 21st century way of doing it. So what happens is this. You join Hustlers University. It is $49.99 per. Okay. Essentially, from a business point, like they have other things. This is not shitting on Hustlers University. I'm sure it's a great value. Justin Waller endorses it. So, okay. I don't know, but a lot of people are getting it. There's more to it than just this. But from a business perspective, from the affiliate marketing, MLM, I took down Andrew Tate perspective, those guys are paying $49.99 to essentially be, to license his work, to license the videos that he's putting out there. And as such, you have the right to go and create a channel. Do not link it to other channels. Go out there and create a channel that is Tate Talk, Tate this, Cobra that. Now, as you guys remember, I was a little frustrated with that because I had all these people in my chat going, hey, man, as far back as when I did the interview with Sydney Watson and Elijah Schaefer on You Are Here in the chat room, people were like, you really need to get Tate, right? And then I went on Dr. Thunder, like I think it was like February of this year, and I still had those Tate bots all over the place. I'm like, what the fuck is this happening? And then I will go on some like really, I went on Andrew Kibe, by the way, best podcast in Kenya. Shout out to Andrew. Went on his show, still chat bots in the comments. You should get Andrew Tate net. I'm like, where's all this coming from? And I had thought that maybe it was just like Chinese bots or spam bots that Andrew was throwing. Oh, no. Those were affiliate marketers that follow me because they know that my audience also follows Andrew Tate. I mistakenly, and this was my bad, I mistakenly thought it was Andrew that was doing it. No, it's the guys who were motivated by their $49.99 per month overhead charge to go out there and push his stuff as much as possible, because the kickbacks and the money that you make from the affiliate will more than cover the overhead for $49.99 if you do it right. So, okay, God damn it, you guys, hang on one second. Let me grab these here. I'm going to explain to you how he works and how he gamed the algorithm, because you need to know this, because if you don't, your eyes are going to gloss over and you're going to think that it's this evil Google company that is pushing this stuff out there. And I will tell you right now, if it was that even was the case, he wouldn't be banned. Why would they do that? At one point, he's making $9 million per month. Why on earth, if it was all about the money, why wouldn't they still have Andrew on there? I'll tell you why. So what Andrew did is he had guys in affiliate marketing positions. And again, there is Hustlers University, and then that's part of it. Got it. But so you're encouraged, you want to make money right from the get-go, right from the jump. You go and you create a channel. It could be a TikTok thing. It could be an Instagram account, whatever it is, or probably, hopefully all of the above, right? But you can't be linked to the other ones, because if you do that, then there's the link trail, right? Then it's all part of one big vast organization rather than just independent creators who just happen to push this stuff over and over and over again. And all what they're pushing, the content they're pushing, is already created for them by Andrew Tate. Brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. And I'm like, okay, now what? So more and more people sign up. They keep pushing more and more. And what happens is the algorithm works this way, asshat. Okay, here we go. Algorithm time. None of you guys know this, but here's how it works. Click-through rate and impressions. Impressions is the devil. It's the devil in the details here, okay? Impressions, what is that? Well, most people, when they are looking at I don't have my phone here. When they're looking at YouTube, it's usually on their phone, okay? Could be on a tablet, although iOS 16 sucks now. Or online, but it's usually on a phone. Okay. Well, damn near nobody searches for a video. They just look at what is in their suggested videos. This is YouTube. Now, TikTok has a different format for this, but it's essentially the same thing. It's churn marketing. You guys if you've read my 5th book, I've talked about churn marketing there too. Dating sites use churn marketing. Netflix uses churn marketing. Google sure the fuck uses churn marketing. Okay. So nobody really goes and search, at least initially they search to see what they want to see, right? If I want to see a fishing video, maybe I'll search for it. But 9 times out of 10, they're going to just look at what's being suggested to them. And usually it's stuff they've seen in the past. They know everything about you. They know how old you are. Like there's, what Larry Ellison said, there's no such thing as privacy. They know everything there is to know about you. My phone right now is listening to me talk about this. And if I talk about, let's see, what movie should we say? Conan the Barbarian. That'll come up in my Netflix suggested movies. When I turn this off and I go downstairs to watch a movie, it'll be in there. Trust me. They know everything about you. Okay. So, but they can't just like sit there and go, this is a 13-year-old boy. We've got to give him Andrew Tate videos. Yes, because that'll make us lots and lots of money. That's not how it works, dumbass. It's impressions. It's what is that kid already clicking on in the first place. If there wasn't a demand for that, that would not be suggested to them in the first place. So it's not being foisted or pushed on them. It's an algorithm that says, yeah, this kid's watched this in the past and will probably want this too. And it's not about, oh, you're going to hate this. There's definitely controversy. That's certainly a part of the psychology that keeps you addicted to it, but it's churn marketing. So trust me, the chicks that follow Drew Afawalo on Twitter or on TikTok, the outrage is not Drew Afawalo. It's her goofing on the misogynists. I wonder what this guy would say about Drew Afawalo, because essentially it's sexism and it is very much, it's a misandry, not misogyny. Where's the Center for Online Misandry? I'd like to know where that one is. You know what? Maybe I should start a not-for-profit organization, the Center for Combating Misandry Online. That would be good, huh? It's a great idea. But where is that? Well, the reason why she's very popular, what is she at? Somebody find out what Drew Afawalo's follower count is right now. I think it's close. If it's not 10 million, I'd be surprised. It was 6 or 7 million when I was talking about her back in February. Okay, she's popular, not because it's like hate, it's because she's goofing on those guys. He will probably approve of that. And then suddenly the algorithm is a great thing. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. You just want the scalp and you want people to believe that you're the guy that took it. So when you're going and you're looking at, like, say, the algorithm, for instance, there's click-through rate. There's 3 things you need to worry about. It's not subs. People say, Rollo, how come you don't have 1 million subs like these guys? Well, A, I don't buy subs. And B, subscribers are a vanity metric. I mean, it's nice to say, hey, I got 500,000 subs. Yay! It means nothing to the algorithm. It means nothing. Please like the video, but that has nothing to do with it either. Please comment. Yes. I mean, I need super chats too. This is a live show. That's the only way you can make this profitable. But that's how it works. It's about click-through rate and impressions. What's an impression? The impression is, after I'm done with this video, what will happen is it will be suggested, or it will go up in like a suggested video. Hey, Rollo's got a new video out. Go check them out. And you know what the impression rate for my videos are? A good impression rate for me is probably around 8%. That's really good. That's damn good. Most content creators are, if they get to 4 or 5%, that's fucking astronomical. My video about Chris Rock, my video about Will Smith, and my video about Tommy Lahren, where they topped out at close to like 11 or 12%. Some of the, I think I've got, well, I think, no, the Chris Rock one got to like almost 15%. That is the percentage, it's measured in percentage of the impressions. And then there's the click-through rate on that click. So if they see that, so this is how many people saw this, and the click-through rate was this percentage, right? Doesn't mean they watched the whole damn video. They might have clicked on it and said, nah, not for me. Most of them do, because it's like 5 hours, right? So what are you talking about? I was curious. Okay, we'll get back. I'll get back to you. Settle down, Beavis. So when I see this, and I see people trying to tell me, like, they can't even tell what the algorithm is. They certainly don't know what click-through rate is. They certainly don't know. Maybe people in the organization can tell them that, but he's there to promote it. He's not there to actually explain it. That's dry. Ain't nobody got time for that, you know? Ain't nobody got time for that. I got time for that. So explaining this in a way that lay people can really sort of pick out. Oh, and then by the way, the other metric I should complete this: CTR impressions and then audience retention. That's it. And he's correct in the sense that, like, we have less and less attention. Like, was it the guy in the first video whose name escapes me all of a sudden? I can't remember. I'll get it. Sorry. When we're saying that, attention spans, like the TLDR generation, the TikTok videos, a successful one is usually about 45 seconds to a minute. And a minute is even getting long these days. A YouTube short to compete, I should say, with TikTok. Now we have YouTube Shorts. To compete with TikTok, now Instagram has Reels. And God knows whatever. I don't know if it's Snapchat something. They're still competing with all, with the short form, the shorter and shorter and shorter. They just want buzz clip. That's the first thing out of Andrew's mouth when he was talking to Piers Morgan is, you're only seeing the worst of the worst, where he's just getting, foaming at the mouth and trying, being a showman, right? But the thing is you don't understand the algorithm. So how can you possibly think that it is these nebulous corporate profit before people corporations and remember, YouTube is owned by Google. I'm sure you probably know that. Hey, talk to your YouTube. You mean Google? Because that's, you got to remember that even when these Hustlers University guys are putting out an Instagram reel, that's linking back to their channel on YouTube so that you can see more and more Andrew Tate. That's how he became a household name. It was interesting to me. It was very, very well timed. Maybe, I don't know, but it came right on the heels of Kevin Samuels passing. And that was, he took it and he ran with it. Now, so the algorithm is this. It's no one cares about subs. No one cares about, YouTube does not care about subs. They do not care about links. They do not care about tags, by the way. If anything, tags are almost detrimental right now because YouTube, by the way, uses tags to see if there's something that is a red flag so that they can give you a yellow card so that you will have to say, oh, give me a manual review. Don't put any tags. By the way, if you're a red pill content creator, do not put tags in your videos whatsoever. Do not put red pill or black pill or Tate or anything. Do not put that as a tag because you will instantly get yellow carded for that. And then you'll have to get a manual review, and then maybe you'll get it and maybe you won't. Depends on who's looking at it at Google or YouTube, and if they're lazy or not. That's what really matters. So they only crack down on at certain times, but you have to remember that at its peak, Hustlers University, 2.0? I think they're at 3.0 right now. Hustlers University had 100. I believe this is the numbers. I could be wrong. 186,000 members. $49.99. 186,000 members. I do the math. You can figure that out. Andrew himself has said there was a point where he was making $9 million a month. A month. There are Fortune 500. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. There are big companies that don't make that kind of money. There are OnlyFans models that don't make that kind of money. But you could also, but you got to remember that Tate's sort of he's a very savvy hustler. That's why I call it Hustlers University. He's a very savvy, if you want to call him a con man, fine, but he's a very savvy hustler because he learned his chops really from his being his cam girls, right? And essentially, if you're a member of Hustlers University, you're one of his cam girls. You're not showing your ass, but you're part of the thing, and you're promoting his stuff. You're benefiting, and he's benefiting. He's benefiting more than you are, or he did anyways, up until August. So what happened in August? Well, right around August 20th, I showed you the tweets there. Right around August 20th, right there, within the space of about a week, I remember because I was in Lake Tahoe with Justin when it happened. Within the space of about a week, Andrew Tate lost his YouTube channel. He lost his Twitter account. He lost his 12th Twitter account, Instagram, and he was forbidden because he never had actually a channel on TikTok from ever creating anything on TikTok. All at the same, all within the same 2 or 3 day period, and lost his. Well, he'd never used PayPal. I don't know if he used PayPal. Gumroad and Stripe went down same day. Bam, erase him, get him off, get him out of here. Why would that happen? I'm going to tell you why. It's the algorithm, the way that it really works. Okay. So what did Andrew do that would have pissed off big tech? Because sure as shit wasn't what he was saying there. When you look at the Ayatollah of Iran has a Twitter account, right? It's not the content. It's that he gamed the system. And it sure the fuck isn't because some random dude named Imran Ahmed called up the execs at YouTube and said, hey, we want to get, hey, you get him off of the internets now, or we'll come after you, mister. What? You didn't scalp Andrew Tate, Imran. Neither did that other guy or anybody else. You know who took him down? It's big tech that took him down because he gamed the algorithm. How did he do that? He had all these guys creating content and it kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. I mean, he mentioned the stats here. You were right about the stats. Probably more than what you were quoting. Yeah. He was very much in everybody's suggestions. You want to know why Rogan wanted to get him on the show? Because of that. You want to know why a daytime talk show in Los Angeles wanted to have him on the show instead of Rollo Tomassi? Because you want to know why Piers Morgan suddenly jumped up and took notice? You want to know why Tucker Carlson had him on his show? Yeah. Because you couldn't get away. You couldn't start a new YouTube account. You couldn't start a new YouTube account without seeing an Andrew Tate video, because that was what was so popular, because it was repeated over and over and over and over and over. And it like exponentially exploded his market share in the clout/hustle economy. That's why. And I'll tell you the other thing here. I'm you guys are gonna love me here in just a second. Okay, so when I don't want to say anything about the Dr. Phil show, but when I did the Dollar Cost Crypto show with Miguel, I mentioned this. It was the short squeeze, right? Back in 2021, the short squeeze of GameStop stock and AMC, right? They crowdsourced enough people to get enough people together. We're playing by the rules. We're just going to swamp the rules. Everybody that we got together, we're going to swamp the rules. It's almost like I've got this really great book. What is it called? Twitter. No, it's got what the hell is it called? Twitter and. I have it in the other room. I'll go get it. It's the idea you can crowdsource activism is really what it was. And it was the book that I'm thinking of is actually it was explaining how social media has impacted activism, and not just in like the Arab Summer or Arab Spring, but also Antifa. Also, it has a lot to do with the GameStop situation. And by the way, there's a great documentary. I just saw the first episode. It's a 3-part episode, but it's on Netflix, and it's called I believe it's GameStop, and I think it's like what the heck was the name of this? I have it up here. But the GameStop documentary, where they're basically explaining what I'm about to explain to you here, is they got enough people together on user groups on Reddit and everything else. They knew that they're trying to stick it to the man. That was the narrative, anyways. There's actually more going on behind the scenes, but essentially what it was, we're going to get enough people together. We're all playing by the rules. We're going to buy GameStop. We're going to buy AMC. We're going to hold it. And we're going to fuck the Wall Street big, elites by doing this, because we know what they're going to do. These are this was the short squeeze. Sorry. Thank you. And so essentially what they do is they crowdsourced it. And I made a comparison on, I've done it before, but I made the comparison on Miguel's show last, I think it was Wednesday, that's similar to what Andrew Tate did with his Hustlers University. It's the same model. They played by the rules. All the guys in Hustlers University didn't do anything illegal. They created their own independent channels, and those channels were there to rebroadcast, more or less, or do derivative videos of Andrew Tate. Shorts, clips, long form, whatever it is, here it is. Give it to me. I'll do what I want to with it. I'll even follow Rollo onto Andrew Kibe's show, and we'll promote there, right? Anything that they could do to promote, they did. They got very clever at it, but he got enough guys and incentivized them with $49.99 a month that you can make more money than this if you do these things. So he's making money not only off, or the Hustlers University guys are making money not only off of the rebroadcast, but they're also making like the ad revenue that would come from it. I know shorts don't, but like other ones do. They're also getting the other benefit is to recruit other guys to make more. That's the multi-level marketing side of it. Recruit more guys so that you get more and more people. So exponentially, you can't not know the name Andrew Tate. And which again, evil, brilliant, whatever you want to call it, right? And his remarks and his, the red pill stuff that he was throwing out there was the way he delivered it. Yeah, I can understand how people would take a 30-second clip that one of his own guys is promoting out there in the most salacious, most, fire-breathing aspects of things that he said. Yeah, that's deliberate. When he was saying, he was telling like Piers Morgan, hey, you've only seen a 30-second buzz clip on TikTok, you've only seen these 45-second clips of like people like saying, well, this is what he's really about. Yeah, because the guys who are promoting that are his guys are the ones that are putting that out there, not his haters, although his haters would come up too. But it didn't matter whether you love him or you hate him, just promote him. What is it? P.T. Barnum? Love me, hate me, just don't misspell my name. And so it worked for him, and he gamed the algorithm by doing that. And just like the short squeeze guys, they gamed the algorithm. They played by the rules, and they beat, like Robin Hood, right? They beat the Wall Street guys at their own game, to the point where they had to shut down like Robin Hood for a while. Say, oh, we're not going to allow you to do that anymore. To where they're changing the rules, so their friends in Wall Street couldn't, get backed up. Now, here's the best part of this. I called this out. Like I was thinking about this as far back as like July, when I was having a meeting with Miguel and from Dollar Cost Crypto and Patrick Bet-David, and I was having dinner with them, and I was trying to explain to Pat, this is how he did exactly what I just said to you. Trying to explain this, and he's just fixated on the idea that it's multi-level marketing. But I'm like, no, it's actually genius if you think about it. I mean, evil genius in some ways, but like he gamed the algorithm. And this was before he was canceled. It was like July, because he got canceled in August, right? And I told him, I said, it's just like the GameStop thing. It's just exactly like the crowdsource enough people to swamp the system and play by the system's rules. You just win because you have more P. It's attrition. It's warfare by attrition, right? Not strategy, attrition. And so I explained that to him. Maybe it went over his head. I don't know. But that's really how he was able to game the algorithm. Again, CTR, impressions, get enough people to rebroadcast your stuff, and your impressions are going to go way the fuck up. I can remember seeing some of these sub accounts at the time go from like 0 to 150,000 subs inside of like 3 weeks, about a month. I saw some that would start in June, and by July they were at 100,000 subs. How they did that, I don't know. Maybe it's the one hand washes the other. I don't know, but I did see some exponential growth on the Tate clone, like Hustlers University accounts. Brilliant in its execution. Bravo. But they took him down. YouTube took down Andrew Tate. Instagram, Big Tech, Gumroad, Stripe, all erased him. All in this, and I pointed this out when it happened. I said that's coordination, and I was right. I was also right about another thing. It was the GameStop thing, and I didn't realize this until I saw the where is that? Until I saw the trailer for the Netflix documentary, which is called Eat the Rich. There it is. Eat the Rich, the GameStop saga. It is on Netflix. It just came out recently. And it has, a Kramer's on it, stupid ass. But right around it's about a minute long, maybe about a minute and a half long trailer on Netflix. At the 0.35 second mark, you will see Mr. Andrew Tate talking about the GameStop I don't want to say scam, because it was a scam, the GameStop short squeeze, right? And it was from a clip, and I'm about to show you this clip. This is the clip.
This is the most fun I've had in years.
It's super fun.
This is one of the funniest things.
It is.
This is why, though. This is why. These hedge fund cunts, I've been around them. Most of you guys watching this haven't been around these kind of people. I've been around these kind of people when I was kickboxing world champion, or when I was buying my Bugatti, or when I was hanging.
I sincerely doubt he was around hedge fund guys as a kickboxing champion, but let's keep going.
Now in Monaco, I've been around these people. They're the worst people on earth. They're rude to staff. They have no respect for anybody. They're cunts, and they have no talent. They don't make money. They just have a pot of money, and they manipulate markets and make their little pot go up with other people's money, and they get bailed out by the government anyway. They're complete dickheads with no skill. The worst people in the world. And they'll wipe out all the normal traders, all the average person. They'll completely wipe them out, and they'll sit there with their big pot of money and manipulate the markets. When this cunt wakes up and his 13 billion it's gone. He hasn't got an income. He hasn't got a business. He can't make it back. 13 billion has vanished from the stock market.
All right, so it got right about the 2 minute mark. I think, I know you have to see the whole damn thing, but it's right around the 2 minute mark is where they took the clip from? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's it. This right here, this clip part, I'll just put it at the 2-minute mark. 2:20. The clip right here, what was interesting was like, a guy like me, I know Andrew. I know his voice. I know what he looks like. I know I've never seen this video before, but they used this clip in the GameStop documentary trailer. And this is a part where
Tate was involved in this. I'm gonna burn the whole fucking system down. Woo! So as it stands, there's a hedge fund manager who, when it wakes up tomorrow morning and Wall Street opens, if the GameStop price opens at the current price, he's going to lose $13 billion, his entire hedge fund. So me and Luke, we just cashed some Bitcoin. We're putting 50 grand, 50 G's, 50 grand in at GameStop at this price. I don't give a fuck if I lose it all. I don't give a fuck. I just want this hedge fund manager piece of shit, these Wall Street fucking greedy bank pig cunts, I just want him to lose. And now I'm reading more and more, these Occupy Wall Street guys are doing AMC, BlackBerry, whatever. I'm putting this right now, I'm cashing $500,000 of Bitcoin right now, and I'm going all in, maximum leverage, all in on all these stocks. Luke, we're losing all the money. We are taking down Wall Street.
Okay, so it's funny. Okay, I get it. I do like Andrew and Tristan quite a bit, but no, I am not salty whatsoever. I am not salty at all, my friends. Great, but I was right. My instinct was right. What do you think he learned from the GameStop thing that he applied to Hustlers University? Boom! Gunslinger, bitch. Yes. I didn't even know I was right, and I was right. And I tell you, man, I got chills when I was watching that. I'm like, oh, GameStop. We were just talking about that on Miguel's channel. Maybe I'll check out this documentary. Let's look at the trailer. Oh my God. I see Andrew Tate. I knew he had the mask on at that time in the video. If you go watch the trailer, it's on Netflix. Looks like and the first one's been pretty good. I want to watch the rest of them. But what do you think he learned from the GameStop short squeeze, AMC short squeeze? What do you think he learned from that? That you can play by the rules and you can game the algorithm. How about that, Imran Ahmed? Fuck you. You didn't take down Andrew Tate. It's not your scalp to have. It's YouTube's scalp to have. Yeah, whatever. They got rid of him, and they didn't get rid of him because of his content. They got rid of him because he gamed the algorithm. They got rid of him because he crowdsourced enough people to say, I know how your system works. I know the secret sauce of the algorithm. I'm going to get enough people just like those guys did at for the short squeeze. I'm going to do that, but I'm going to apply it to my own work. That's the genius in this. So no, am I salty? Absolutely not. I Shalom Aleichem, my friend. That's amazing. But they took him down because it was big tech. It wasn't what he was saying. It made it easier for them to say, yeah, well, he's a misogynist. Let's get him out of here. But there's all kinds of hate groups that have their own YouTube accounts, and they don't take them down because they're not making any money, and they're not gaming the algorithm. Now, imagine this. Well, why would they do that, Rollo? Here's why. Imagine Donald Trump gaming the algorithm, doing exactly the same thing. Imagine, and I'm not saying they would know how to do that. I'm just saying, let's just say that maybe it's a political thing. Maybe it's a money thing. Maybe it's a social thing. Maybe it's a religious thing. I don't know. There's lots of ways you can angle that gaming of the algorithm. Andrew just did it to the tune of $9 million a month. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But don't give me this horse shit that it's because you went on there, Imran, and you called them up and said, hey, 13-year-old boys are turning into misogynists. Get the fuck out of here. You know nothing. And I was it was very easy to figure that out, certainly from this video anyways. Because the reason why you want that scalp is because you got to find guys like this. You want to talk about red pill, Clout Chasers. This is the Clout Chasing here. Here we go to the Clout Chasing part of today's show, children. The Clout Chasing here is like, I got the scalp. I got Tate. I got Tate right here. No, I got Tate. Oh, I'm the one that made the call. No, you didn't. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's going to call you on that either, especially when the funding for your group comes from donations that expect results for a not-for-profit organization. Yeah, looks good. Hey, go on this daytime talk show. You can get another scalp. No, you don't. You won't. You won't get that. You might want Mike to throw that out there, but yeah, we'll get more funding. Oh, more donations. I don't know if it's a government thing or whatever else, but good luck. No, the clout chasing, my friends, is the hate on the red pill. And that's what I was talking about in the very beginning of this show. You can be one of these newbies who comes into the red pill and be like a promoter. And then it doesn't matter, because even if you endorse the red pill, now you go, well, you know what? I've been in the red pill for about 6 or 8 months. And well, now I've had a change of heart. And I think those guys are just bitter and misogynists, and they don't want to get married, and they don't want to have babies. And we need to save the West. Well, I've got a solution to save the West. And it's like, dude, you're clout chasing. I don't care if you've gone from being pro red pill to being anti red pill, or if you've always been red pill, or you've always been whatever. It's the clout economy. Some dude who I've never even heard of back in August, even if he's not actually claiming to be that one, he's certainly implying that he was instrumental in that. There's other people, he's not the only one, by the way. There's lots of people who want to claim that, want that scalp, because they want people to think that they, hey, buy my book, buy my, donate to my fund, donate, whatever. Look, results. No, it's easy to promote that. It's easy to promote the idea, because we live in the too long didn't read generation, and ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time to go check your shit out, except for me to call you out on your bullshit. Yeah. You don't even know what an algorithm is. Mostly like when the chick, the reporter asks him, well, what is the Twitter algorithm? He doesn't know. He just like rambles off bullshit. They're pushing this on us. And so for guys like this, the only the answer that and maybe he's right. The answer that he thinks that other people are going to understand is that it's this nebulous company that is profits before people, and therefore we need to hold them responsible. No, you don't need to hold. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to hold them responsible. You're the one that's trying to hustle the guys and the people who are giving you donations because they want to see result for your combating online hate organization, whatever it is. I'm wondering how you do that with like LGBT and Islam and everything else, but he's also responsible for this one report on incels, like killer incels. I think he mentioned this a little bit there too. I've got stats that will show. I've got here. I'll even read them out here. Where did it go? Here it is. Okay, I'll just read it to you because it's easier just to do this instead. This is from this is from a new study that came out. Oh, it's the Keeler University did this. It was in September of this year, 2022. Holy shit. Okay, so across 4 ideological samples in the United States, environmental activists, the guys throwing like black paint on like priceless works of art, gluing their hands to it, right? Republicans, Democrats, and Muslims. Okay. We found direct effect between obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, symptoms, and radical intentions, as well as indirect effects of OCD on radical intentions via obsessive passion. And that's a thing. It's capitalized, obsessive passion. Even after controlling for potential clinical confounds, such as adverse childhood experiences, anxiety, depression, and substance abuse, these effects remained robust, implying that OCD plays a significant role in the formation of violent ideological intentions and opening up new avenues for treatment and prevention of violent extremism. Did you guys get that? Okay. More specifically, our results suggest that OCD is a consistent predictor and potential antecedent of obsessive passion and may exert an indirect influence on violent activism through obsessive passion. Ideologies with greater ritualistic prescriptions may interact more strongly with OCD tendencies. Got that? And this is from, I will put this in the chat so you know I'm not full of shit because I back up all of my stuff with studies. There it is. In fact, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Here we go. Let's share screen. I haven't shared the screen yet. Here it is. Consumed by creed. This is what I read that from, by the way, just so you know, I'm not like jerking your chain here. So, radicalization, this is from the abstract. I won't read the whole thing. Radicalization is a process by which, this is the definition, by the way, for radicalization, because this is what he's promoting, that incel culture and violent incels are all being motivated by Andrew Tate. Radicalization is a process by which individuals are introduced to an ideological belief system. Sound like emotionalism? You want to know why I keep saying that the red pill is not a philosophy or belief or an ideology? Here we go. That encourages political, religious, or social change through the use of violence. That's the definition of radicalization, children. Put that in your notebooks. Here we formulate an obsessive compulsive disorder. Here we formulate obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, model of radicalization that links obsessive passion, one of the best predictors of radical intentions, to a larger body of clinical research. The model's central tenet is that OCD tendencies shape radical intentions via their influence on obsessive passion. Okay. Now, I read you the last part of this, so I won't belabor that. Essentially, what they found is that violent radicals, whether they be Muslim or Republicans or Democrats or environmentalists, especially now, I'm sure you're seeing those, right? Those people, the ones that are out there doing that, tend to be OCD, like overwhelmingly, even with introducing confounding variables such as like substance. They're all high, they're all drunk, they're all on LSD. Rollo, no, they have OCD and obsessive passion, which is the antecedent to OCD. Okay, so if you're going to imply that the red pill and the manosphere is in some way instrumental in radicalizing these guys, I can tell you right now, you're full of shit. Because there are guys with OCD. Are there guys with OCD? Absolutely. There are guys with OCD in the manosphere. Sorry, not sorry. But they were predisposed to it already because that's their personality disorder, not because of the ideology. It could have been environmentalism, and they went and did. Yeah, is there a center for combating radicalization of environmentalists so they don't go and throw black paint on priceless works of art? Probably not. Can't get that scalp. Not as easy as getting Andrew Tate scalp. OCD, my friend. I made this, and by the way, again, I made this prediction, but I made this analysis or this observation back in 2014 when Elliot Rodger went on his shooting spree back in was it Santa Barbara? Isla something? where Brian Atlas from whatever podcast is. Yeah. And left he left a 70,000 word manifesto and a whole lot of YouTube videos, many of which are still available today. Yeah. And from I just play a psychologist online, but call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure he had OCD. Alec Manassian, pretty sure he would fit the profile for obsessive passion or obsessive compulsive disorder. Same thing with the hot yoga guy or I don't even know about the guy in Britain. I am fairly certain, I would put money on the table, Mr. Ahmed, that dude had OCD and he was going to go nuts no matter what it was. So where do we go with that? Boom. Checkmate. Of the I don't know how many millions of guys, how many are there millions? How many millions of guys identify as an incel? How many of them are violent? Well, apparently 2 inside of 8 years, at least in the United States. Well, I guess you 3 inside of the United States in 8 years. That's maybe they're just crazy. That might be their cause, but that's, I'm not saying I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying they fit the profile that the study illustrates here. Next question. The prosecution defense rests its case, Your Honor. Dismissed. All right, let me get to some of these here. Did you like that? I like that. What'd you say? Red pill is a tool, and how you use it is just like fire. Yes, I have mentioned that, by the way, many times, Valhalla. Hey, Tori, how are you, my sweet young thing? Wait. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. The suspect is being treated at a hospital. What? What happened? What? Wait. Now I'm getting serious. What happened? Sorry, I got to catch up. Something happened? Wait a minute. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really? Oh, my God. There you go. Sorry, I had to throw that out there. Now I got to get... Now, why you wait? Yeah, now I have to get serious. All right. Hafiz, yes. Yeah. Oh boy, was this tonight? Sorry, guys, I had to stop stop the show. We have breaking news. We go to Tory Grow. What's up? What's going on? Was it just now? Sorry. I mean, now I got to get down to earth. See. Let's see. In the meantime, House of Pain. Red pill men are a threat because they are not weak men. Sedated, weak men are easier to control. Strong, dangerous men are not susceptible to being controlled. Yes. Let me explain something to you, though. I agree. 100%. You know what? Here, you get one of these. All right. Yes, you're correct. Now, here's the other thing. And you probably heard Peterson talk about this as well, is, what does he say? If you think that, strong men are dangerous, what do you see what weak men can do? Well, you've heard him say this in interviews as well. It's like men need to be dangerous. Men they got to be have self-control over their violence and everything, of course, but they need to have the capacity for it. But it has to be in control. Now, I've talked about this like indirectly in previous books, as a matter of fact. It was in the first book, is Truth to Power. Okay. So what is truth to power? I spelled this out. I still get quoted for this quite a bit. Is that power, true, real power, isn't having control over other people. It's not like kicking them in the ass and like, true power is not really tyranny. If you think about it, it's not like controlling other people. That's a means to an end. But true power is really defined by how much control you have over the direction of your own life. And I put that in Truth to Power. It's in the first book. How much power you have as an individual over the course and the direction of your own life. Now, obviously, if you are an indentured servant, you're lower powered than the guy that you happen to serve, right? Human relationships are about power dynamics. That's the first thing. You go read 48 Laws of Power. You'll understand that. Whether you like that game or you don't, in fact, the 49th law of power is to deny that power has any influence. It's a game, right? It's like say, oh, the power, you're hungry for power. Yeah, it's evil. It was used against me recently, and I'll explain to you why in about 2 or 3 weeks. But when somebody said, and I've had this recently said to me, Rollo, you're all about power. It's all about power to you, isn't it? And I wish I would have said this. I got crossed out. Yes, it is. It is all about power to me, and it should be to you. And it is about power to you too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trying to, I don't know. Let's see, get all the other people to do the work for you and claim all the credit. Take the scalp that somebody else got for you. Again, YouTube and the rest of the big tech canceled Andrew Tate, not because of what he was saying, but how he got it out there. They don't want anybody repeating that process. Certainly not in the 2024 election cycle. I'll tell you that right now. Don't get any wise ideas or you'll end up like this guy over here, this misogynist over here. God. And again, this all goes back to the old media versus the new media. I know God makes a joke and I'm the only one that gets it, right? It's like, oh my God, these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And here I'm in a room full of idiots. Rollo, it's all about power to you. Yeah, it is. It's all about power to you too, because that's what that's what our relationships are based on, power dynamics. So power is really about the direction, the amount of control and direction that you actually have over the course of your own life. Sometimes that means like exerting that power over others so that you have control over your other life, right? I mean, that's how you depose tyrants. That's how you like create maybe you're starting your own job, maybe you're whatever, starting your own business, right? It's the same thing. You have to have some sense or some kind of desire to have control over the direction of your own life to some degree. I'm going to start a business. How dare you? That sounds too powerful. Nobody says that. Nobody, certainly not in the entrepreneur field. They'll say, oh, you're scared of success. No, you're not. You know what you need? You need to be conceited enough to say, you know what? God damn it. I am my own mental point of origin. And therefore I'm going to go and do this because when I succeed, other people succeed. That's really the premise. The power dynamics are actually the premise of mental point of origin, if you think about it. And what do? We teach our boys as if they're defective girls. And the first lesson they learn is to defer their mental point of origin to mommy, to girlfriend, to future wife, to girl, whatever it is. Defer that mental point of think about somebody. Think of others before you think of yourself. Fuck you. No. It's enlightened self-interest. And that is a power dynamic. I can't, I can't help others until I help myself. I can't help others as well as when I help myself first. It doesn't mean be a dick. That doesn't mean be a tyrant. That doesn't mean don't think of others. It just means think of yourself first, do well yourself, and then you can benefit other people. You want to know the basis, here's your masculinity, your conventional masculinity. People ask me that, what's conventional masculinity? Here it is. Mental point of origin that is rooted in a power dynamic. It is enlightened self-interest that relates to mental point of origin, which comes back to power dynamics. That's what it comes down to. It's being conceited enough and self-important enough to say, I come first, and then I'm going to help you. I'm going to take that. I'm going to be a dangerous motherfucker, but I'm going to keep it in control. I'm going to use it for a net good instead of a net evil or whatever. I'm going to be pro-social with it instead of anti-social with it or asocial. That's where it comes down to. You want power dynamics? That's it. That's the problem. When people say, oh, Rollo, it's all about power. Yeah, you're goddamn. Hold on. There.
You're goddamn right.
Goddamn right. It's about power dynamics. It's always, what do they say? Everything's about sex except for sex. Sex is about power. Better keep that in the back. And that's going to be, I would say, going forward. If you want to save the West, if you want to have some sort of like functional strategy going forward to combat this emotionalist, social constructed blank slate horseshit, you've got to have mental point of origin. People ask me this. They'll say, Rollo, what is it that motivated you or incentivized you to write the first book? And I was resistant. Hell, I was resistant in putting out a blog because I was just a participant on the SoSuave boards before I had a blog and then before I had a book, right? And I had to get over myself. That's what happened. I had to get over myself. I had to be self-important and conceited enough. And I mean conceited in a healthy way, not like, oh, I'm conceited. I mean, I had to believe that other people, I had to be conceited enough to think that anybody would listen to this show. I'm talking to, we got up to 1,500 today. Thank you very much. But 1,300 people. I have to be conceited enough to think that I can hold the attention of 1,300 people for, let me stop lying, 5 hours. I have to think that other people want to hear what I have to say, and that idea or that presumption has been right because I've helped save the lives of people. I didn't set out to do that, but that was a very good after effect of that. That was a very good benefit of it, and as such, I've helped people like cancel their plans for suicide. And good, that wasn't like my purpose when I started out, but now it's certainly something that I focus on for sure. But I had to be self-important enough to write a book. And what did I do? I took that book and I took that information and I put it out and I made it available. And I had to think about me and I had to go, you know what? God damn it. People will probably want to hear what I have to say. And thus the rational male was born and enough people said, yes, I've never had this explained to me. I've always thought this. I've never been able to really articulate it until your book. Thank you. That's really what I was trying for. Please have discussions about it and converse about it. Start home fellowship like Icy and Mo. Please, I want discussion. I want conversation. That's what it was meant to do. But when I started out, it was all about me. It had to be. Anybody who starts right, especially artists, authors, musicians, whatever. If you're a musician, you have to go, you know what? I'm good enough that I think people will want to hear me play. And then you go out and you perform and they go, boo, get the fuck off the stage. And then you keep going and refining your craft until the point where you're good at stuff and you become the next big thing. But it's the belief that it's not a belief. I believe in myself. That's not what it means. What it means is I'm conceited. I'm self-important enough. I'm extroverted enough. I want to have control over the direction of my life. I want to have power. And that comes from enlightened self-interest. Can't help others until I help myself. I can't get my music out there until I work on myself and I work on my craft, or I work on my book, or work on whatever else. You want to know conventional masculinity that is lacking in this generation, millennials too? That's it. That's it right there. Mental point of origin that is rooted in enlightened self-interest. You will not, there's two things. You will never be successful. Whatever that means to you, because I know that's a container word. But you will never be successful until you are conceited enough to say, you know what? People want to hear this. You know what? I'm going to go and start a YouTube channel. I'm going to go start a business. I'm going to go, I don't know, learn a new technique. I'm going to learn how to code. I don't know, whatever your passion is about. You will never be good at it until you go, you know what? Enlightened self-interest. I come first and then others come afterwards. I'm not saying they don't come at all. I'm just saying that I have to work on me because I can't help others until I can help myself. And really, that comes back. They're all connected to the burden of performance. To be a man, powerful men, as I've said before, have been defined by three things, right? Resources, territory, and access to beautiful virginic women. Okay. None of those come to you at all unless you have enlightened self-interest and a mental point of origin that says, you know what, I want to be the chief to some degree. You don't have to be like the leader of the tribe, but you have to at least in some way say, you know what, I need to generate more resources or territory, whatever. I need to generate more resources, surplus resources, so that I can have a family, so that if that's what you want to do, I want to generate this. I want to have more than I have. I want to have control over my own life, whatever that means. I want to be the best musician in the world. Great. I want to be the best artist. Okay. I want to be an author. Great. I want to learn to create the next app, whatever it is in the STEM field. One, marvels of engineering. I created a new alloy. And I have to believe that people are going to want and need and use this alloy. I learned how to do genetic manipulation. I learned, genetic engineering. Great. So you have to get over yourself before you can even get into that. And that I don't think that people fear success. I think they fear that people are going to think they're conceited or self-important. That's what I think. I think that's way bigger hurdle than, oh, you're afraid of success. No, nobody's afraid of success. Nobody looks in the mirror and go, oh, I really need to get over my fear of success. Most people would love to win the fucking lottery. Oh, success. It's a lottery ticket, but okay. Hey, instant gratification. Nobody does that. If there's an obstacle, a hurdle, if there's a hurdle, it's being conceited enough to say, you know what, people might want to hear what I have to say in my book. I had to do that. And then once I got comfortable with that, I wrote more books. Simple as that. You want to start a YouTube channel? You have to say, you know what? I'm a pretty interesting guy. I think people would like to watch my fishing channel. Watch me pull the fish out of the fucking water. Brilliant. Go. 5 million subs. You win. Yeah. That's what it boils down to. Power. Everything's about power, man. And here's the other thing is people try to say, oh, it's all about power to you. Yeah. Yes, it is. You're God damn right. It is all about power. It's all about power to everybody else too. They want control over their own lives. The problem is you don't. Again, I just explained that to you in the last, 10 minutes, 20 minutes here. It takes a long time to sort of give you the breakdown, but that's what it is. So as far as being, the other thing is like when you're a strong guy, when you are, as Jordan Peterson would characterize, when you are a guy who has a capacity for violence and you don't use it because you have it under control. How do I know you have a capacity for violence if I haven't seen an example of it? You can puff your chest up and say, I'm going to get, you leave her alone, mister. See, the problem is I had actually talked about this with John Fitch, MMA fighter John Fitch, also a new Keystone member of Rule Zero. I said this, I said, you know what, if you see a guy that you know, like that guy's a champion. Like if I saw John Fitch, for example, I know he knows how to kick people's asses. Trust me, I've seen the tape. He can kick your ass. He can kick my ass. No shame in that. Right? I might give him a good run for his money, but in the end, he's probably going to he's going to curb stomp me. Okay. I know he can do that. But if I see him at a bar and he's sober and some other guy's drunk and he tries to call him out and tries to post up on him and wants to fight him and stuff. And John says, hey man, you're drunk. Hey, just, I know you want to fight, but you're likes to fight guy when you get drunk. But like now if he does that and you don't know who John is, does that look like cowardice to you? Because for most people it does. You go, oh, he backed down from a fight. How come Fresh won't fight Preach? How come Tate and Logan Paul, maybe that'll happen. Who knows? You want the greatest show on earth, man. That'll be a good, I don't know if it'll happen, but boy, people want it to happen, don't they? But if you don't know that just regular run-of-the-mill guy, you'll see videos of this all the time. It'll be an old guy and some drunk dude posts up on who's going to fight him and stuff. And the old guy was like ex-Marine or something like that. And he looks like he's like completely harmless. He beats the living crap out of the guy. Yeah, hey. We see that because we think the guy's going to back down. We think he's going to be a coward. He's not. Surprise. The fish that you pull out of the ocean, it's the old guy that knows how to kick your ass. That's the fish. That's a surprise. That's what's in the box. That's what it is. And so when you're looking at things that are sort of incongruent like that, you have to remember that like John Fitch has a lot of power. He has a power to kick your ass. He has a power to not kick your ass too, because he has it under control. He could. I mean, if he was angry and drunk, he probably would whip your ass just for the sake of it. But unless you know that he's John Fitch, MMA champion fighter, and he backs down from a fight, that doesn't look like courage. That doesn't look like self-control. That looks like cowardice to most people. And that's the real thing. Is like you have to be the guy who's powerful enough, or like let's say confident enough to know that even though you're not going to kick this guy's ass, even though you could just like completely wreck this guy, you don't, and you're going to look like a coward doing it to most people, unless they know who you really are. Like maybe your wife knows or your girlfriend knows, like, wow, he's an MMA fighter and he could really kill this guy. But he doesn't. Maybe that's a net benefit. He's got it under control. But you don't know that until you can see a guy actually do that. And that's the problem I have with the Jordan Peterson analysis of like, well, a powerful man is a guy who has capacity for violence. Yes. And he doesn't use it. Then how do you know he's powerful? Unless you see an example of it. That's the way he stands up straight and makes his bed. Rollo be talking like Bob Ross when he gets in his bag. He be painting these pictures like that calm National Geographic narrator. It's good. It's not National Geographic. I love these shows. I like nature shows. I do. There's a really great one called Sea Wolves. It's about. It's really about. It's up in Canada. I forget the name of the island that's out there. But anyways, really good show. Go check it out. Why does the name Hafiz come to mind? Because he's a grifter. Shout out to you, Rollo. We need Andrew Tate on the platform again. Okay, I'll bring him on. I was on his show. You want me to bring him on mine? Because he's like hitting me up all the time, and he'll probably watch this too. I'll have Andrew on if you'd like. I like Andrew quite a bit. In fact, he's going to be my guide in Kenya and Nairobi at some point. And then we have House of Pain. Tate was dropped because of criticism of the World Economic Forum. No, he wasn't. And the global elitists. That was certainly plausible. That's plausible. But no, he was banned because he pulled the same stunt that everybody did with GameStop and the short squeeze. Like, okay, if that was the case, how come they're not banning everybody who has something to say about the WEF or... There's lots of people that are just saying that. It's not about content. It's about the delivery of the content. Trust me on that. 13-year-old boys don't care about the WEF. Trust me. Uh-oh. Sarah is also... Actually, when you come to the harem, to the Forbidden City, The Tomasi Forbidden City. Oh, there's my wife. She's in the back. She's here. But Sarah's like, she's like the madam of the sister wives. She's the one who says, okay, you go here. You go here. The master's coming soon. That is Sarah. Just saying. 2-bit user. I was curious when religion began removing and obey from bride's vows. On September 12th, 1922, the Episcopal Church voted to remove the word obey. Only 2 years after the 19th. Yes. Yeah, very well. Good observation. But it is the Episcopal Church. Yeah, I'm probably... Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to speculate on that. But I would also say that... what was it? I just saw when they were removing the obey, when they're moving words out of marriage vows, because there's been such a decline in marriage, you see more and more secular marriages, I guess, like we're spiritual, but not religious, right? But we want to get married. I saw recently, I forget the guy's name, but he's like a Christian guy. I don't want to say he's red pill because he's definitely TradCon. But he is advocating that Christian pastors need to turn down non-Christian, unbelieving couples when they ask them to get married, because if marriage is just like, hey, if it's not rooted in Christianity or religion per se, then you should not be marrying them because it's just some formality, right? It's just it's like a party. It's just like, here's what we do. Oh, you're a Christian? Great. We need a Christian. We're not Christian ourselves, but we really need a good pastor and a cassock to come out here and marry us. Will you do that, pastor? For $500, I will, and a contribution to, you see what I'm saying? I agree with the guy. I think he's probably right. Great show. Thank you very, very much. You get one of those. Because I haven't put enough of those out here. Official Jacuzzi, you're one of the most valuable social voices. Thank you very much. Am I? I think so. Maybe. Because I was conceited enough to do it. It's nothing personal. It's business. Yes. I tried to explain to you guys. Official Jacuzzi, where do you see the future USA going socially due to no nuclear families and sex for most men and zero sex for most men? Older generations will age and die out. Will future society become more sedate, or will future males eventually violently burn it all down? Well, when the imagine what would happen. I mean, again, I know it's dangerous to do thought experiments on the interwebs. Let's do a thought experiment. Imagine you took away all the porn. Porn goes away. Pornhub, forget it. You're done. All the porn stars, you're out of work. OnlyFans, took that away too. Boom. Banned it. Which, it's funny. It's like you want to ban Andrew Tate, but you don't want to ban OnlyFans. You don't want to ban the porn industry. I don't see anybody moving to do that. Hey, YouTube. Hey, Pornhub, you need to leave her alone. Take away all that. Take away alcohol. Take away porn and alcohol. Just those two. Maybe people get stoned. Okay, so take away porn, weed, and alcohol. It'll be something else, right? I wrote an essay called that. It's the something else. People always want to say, oh, it's these kids are living in mom's basement and they're playing video games and they're jerking off. And it's no Fap November, right? I know that that's an archetype, and I know that people would love for you to think that that's the reason. But if it wasn't that, it would be something else. So sometimes that something else is being creative. Sometimes that something else is playing in a Swedish death metal band or black metal band or whatever. Sometimes that something else is developing a company like Microsoft. Sometimes that something else is developing Tesla or SpaceX, right? I'm a loser. How can I be a winner? Well, I can tell you it's not jerking off to porn. It's not prescription opioids. It's not smoking weed all the time. It's not drinking yourself into oblivion. It's not playing World of Warcraft all the time. Or it's not Call of Duty. It's not whatever your game is. Elden Rings. Whatever. It's not that. It will be something else. If it's not that, it will be something else. Okay? So when I hear this very contrite, it sounds right. It's like, just be yourself, right? It's like the sound right answer. Even this son of a bitch, even Richard Reeves was talking about that. Yeah. Thank you. Sammy, put that in the chat for me, will you please? The something else is, if it wasn't porn, it'll be Vicodin. If it wasn't porn, or if it wasn't alcohol, it would be whatever you're going to sedate yourself. Now take all those sedations away. What does that force guys to do? Where does that force them to do? Well, they are faced with being zeroed out, essentially, is what they are, because I don't have anything to live for. All my porn's gone. I can't do LSD. I can't do shrooms. I can't do weed. I can't do this. I can't do that. All the things that could help you, that would be a preventative, like an obstacle that would prevent you from growth, that would prevent you from being better, that would prevent you from even just doing anything to alleviate your discontent, whatever that discontent may be. All that's gone. What does that force you to do? It forces you to deal with that discontent either creatively or destructively. And that's what people do when they're zeroed out. When porn doesn't work anymore, when the alcohol doesn't numb them up anymore, when living in an MPORG, living in a role-playing game they're shitty, that doesn't alleviate the constant emotional distress of their shitty real lives. I can't plug myself in faster. We need to get the metaverse going. We need haptics implanted in our skins, like in the Peripheral. It's a good show, by the way. When that doesn't work, you're forced into, I deal with this discontent creatively or destructively. Most people opt for destructive. And all being sedated does is prevent you from having to deal with what was really discontent. Defines the human condition, not pain, Mr. Peterson, not life is dukkha. Life is Buddhist thing, right? Life is suffering. No, it's not. Life is discontent. That is the human condition. And you can make it all ephemeral and nirvana and heaven and hell. And you can make it all into that, but you're still dealing with discontent. And that's a good thing. Human beings are discontent. We need to be, because if we're not, we're fat and happy and we don't do anything, then we get eaten by the saber-toothed tiger because we got fat and happy and we didn't think about it. Discontent is a good thing. It's good, but when you deal with it creatively, not destructively. You have to deal with discontent creatively. And that's where, so what would happen if you took all the sedation away and you're forced to deal with your discontent? Well, would more guys, because we're talking about guys here, would more guys deal with it destructively or creatively? Because what guys like Imran and Richard Reeves and the rest of these guys, what they fear is another Arab Spring. They fear that you're going to have like 18 to 24-year-olds who don't get laid. Clear. We talked about that on Access Vegas. Everybody is. Anybody who's anybody has the GSS studies now, thanks to, well, the red pill in general. And everybody has the, let's see. So most of these the red pill, hustler, like, hey, let's go and change, the pivoters, the shifters come into the manosphere, and they've got, if you come in, I should start a program, right? So, hey, you want to make money in the manosphere? Here, you're going to need these things. Here, I've got a booklet. I've got a seminar here. Here's the step-by-step program to make money and be a rich guy and build your brand in the manosphere. The first thing you get in the binder, the free binder, is you get like a printout of the GSS studies of like the sexless guys, right? You get that, and then you get the the rise of the she economy, by Morgan Stanley, and you get to understand that 42%, it's probably gone up since then, but 42% of women between the ages of 25 and 44 years old will be single and childless by 2030. You get that little infographic that's in there too. You get that. They know that. They really know that. It's a basis of most of their shows. But yeah, Imran, the face of Imran, calling him. Yeah, he likes it. I would bet he is. And yes, an attention whore. Probably. I don't know personally. Do you think more of the Jennifer Anistons of the world, women with exceptionally beautiful genetics, vice versa? Okay, I already got to you, didn't I? Did I? Oh, no. But this is related. Sorry. Averaging will make up more of the 40 to 50% of women that will be single and childless by 2030. I did an actual correlation. So here's the correlation with all that. I actually did a show with Myron about this when we're doing the Paulina Porizkova show, where she was like 56, 57 years old, and she was, I'm sexually invisible. Rick Ocasek, my rock star husband, has finally passed away, and now I want to get busy. Lead singer from the Cars, played bass too. Yeah, so we talked about, we kind of got into this, but we said that Paulina Porizkova is the end result. That's the end of the line for the women right now who, I can't find a man. I'm sexually invisible. I've been playing the game for so long. Rollo, help me out. No, I'm not going to. Yeah, Paulina Porizkova. She was she's thin. She looks good. She's, put this way, Paulina Porizkova is thinner than at least 75% of the U.S. population. So that puts her in at least elite category of some sort. Maybe not 56, but it is what it is. Women with exceptionally beautiful genetics. I think I would definitely put Jennifer Aniston into that. I think she's a good looking girl. Or certainly was when Friends was a thing. But yeah, I think we'll make up more than 40. Yeah, probably. The 40 to 50%. Well, here's the thing is, like, you got to remember that the Morgan Stanley Rise of the She Economy stats and that forecast was done in 2018. I think so. And that was a forecast. That was a prediction. They can't foresee like new technology, and particularly like social engagement technology. Like what's the next Instagram? What's the next TikTok? If TikTok has created the TLDR generation, what's next? How do we make more? Because it's like the law of escalation, right? It's like is the Overton window. It's this law of like, well, this was good, but this is better, but it's more extreme. I know it's fucking us up, but we got to normalize it anyways because we can make more money. Because as I said before, TikTok, Instagram Reels, certainly shorts on YouTube, like this form right here. I'm a dinosaur for doing a 3-hour and 26-minute video. I'm an idiot, absolute idiot. I should be doing short form content. And a lot of people are please help me with the shorts. It's funny is I put out the call for like people to say, hey, I really need to do some official shorts. And then I go online and I look at all the people already clipping my stuff. I'm practically Andrew Tate as it is. And I don't have a Hustlers University. Please keep going. I don't make any money off it. Neither do you, but I'm glad you like the material so much. But like if I was smart about things and I wasn't more interested in actually explaining stuff and, red meat, right? Sizzling steak. I'm really focused on the steak, especially 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern every Sunday. Time for steak. Grill's hot. Let's go. But you get substance with this. I'm an idiot for doing that. I'm an idiot for giving you substance. I should give you nothing but like grade A prime USDA choice red meat in 30 seconds or less, right?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Because that would make me a bazillionaire. But I don't do that because I haven't. Well, I could. You guys are doing it. Thank you. Please. More red meat. I'm hungry. But I'm an idiot. I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be doing like a 4 or 5. Let me stop lying. A 5-hour podcast. I shouldn't be doing that. I should be doing short form content. I should be doing like a quick hit 1 hour. If that, even that's dead media. I should be doing 20-minute interviews with poor Deepika on Wednesday. I should be. If I wanted to be like, if people, Rollo's a grifter. He just wants to make lots and lots of money. He's making money off of our 13 and 14-year-old kids. If I wanted to do that, I sure as shit wouldn't be doing 4-hour podcasts on a fucking Sunday. You think I don't have a marketing background? I know what sells. I do I have merch yet? No, I don't. I should probably have some merch. This is my first endorsement. And it's just because I like this, because I like the coffee. It's because it gets me amped. You don't see me selling like, what is it? Safe House, VPN. I don't have paid content in any of my videos. I'm an idiot. Rollo's a fucking idiot. Why is he not doing that? Because I care about substance. I care about explaining this stuff, because if I don't, who is? Why did you go on that show? Because if I didn't, some other dumbass would. The other dumbass? He would go. I'm a dumbass. He's a dumbass. I think a lot of people are trying to say the red pill doesn't involve any aspect of feeling. They think it take everything to the extreme. They only want what they don't agree with to be black and white. Yes, that is true. That is what's called binary extremes. And again, it's no surprise that in the too long didn't read generation that we all lean towards extremes, whether one way or the other, extremely negative or extremely positive. And the idea then is this, is that they want an easy answer. They want something that tastes good. They want fast food. And they don't just want fast food. They want to drive through the drive-through at McDonald's or wherever they are, the Taco Bell. And they don't want to order. They just want they want Taco Bell to know what they want, and they want to drive through with the window open or their mouth open, and they want the employee to throw it in their mouth as they drive on to the next thing. That is TikTok. That is Reels. I gotta keep going. We gotta get to work. And think about it. And it's restaurant after fast food after fast food after fast food. Yeah. They want easy answers because that's, well, people say, well, it's the dopamine hit. Nah, it is. But it's also it's laziness. Yes. It's a lack of focus. Yes. I mean, you can name a million things, but it's also the human condition. Let's see. Enjoying your presentation of the praxeology. Thank you very much. 1 hour to go. Nah. Should I kill it right now? Tori, let you go. Tori, are you going to do a show right after this? Probably are. Should I push all these fine young men over to your show? Red pill men are a threat because they are not weak men. Okay, I got to that. I got to you already. Keep going down. Sorry. I come back and there's 390 more posts, and one of them happens to be Big Mo in the house. And by the way, if you're wondering what I'm talking about when I say home fellowship or Bible study, it's every Tuesday night. I believe it's, it must be 9 p.m. Eastern. And it's on the Fresh and Fit Discord server. And sometimes I drop in when I can. I couldn't, for obvious reasons, this Tuesday, but it's usually Tuesday nights. And Icy and Big Mo run it, and I forget who the guy who's the ringmaster and the whole thing. I forget his name, but they read a couple chapters. They read some chapters from the Holy Book of Rollo, the Rational Male, and then they discuss it like I've always wanted you to do. Please converse. Tell me I'm full of shit, or tell me you love me. I don't care, but do have the conversation, and that's what they're doing every Tuesday night at, I believe, 9 p.m. Eastern, and it's on the Fresh and Fit Discord server, and it's like they're having the talk as well. And by the way, Red Pill Lions does something very similar to that, although I don't know what the schedule is. I want to say it's like on Thursdays or Fridays, so do check both of those things out. Idi Amin. Who do the subjects of a kingdom go to complain when the king won't hear them? The leader of our nation, along with the corporate elites, won't hear us, instead persecute, arrest, and censor and cancel us. We have no power. You have power. You just don't have the power that you want. How much power? How much power do you have? How much do you control? How much control do you have over the course of your own life? If this is limiting your control over the direction of your own life, what happens is men get together and they either play the system at better than they become better players of the game, or they completely destroy the game and start over. Like the video. There. Steal your bread. Thank you. Steal my pizza. You steal steal Ned's food. Oh man, there we go. Here we go. That's one. Hi Rollo, and shout out to Bible study. Say my name.
Say my name.
Big Mo in the house, who is a top tier rapper. I'm going to tell you something about Big Mo in a minute. Here, let's keep going. In the event, the cabin should depressurize and the masks drop. Put your mask on first. Yes, that's the example I use for enlightened self-interest. You are correct, sir. That's why they do that. And let's see. We're going to move on to the next topic here, but okay. Thank you, Tori. This was here we are. I think I'm catching up. Yes, Tulsa. RP leaders seem to leave the sphere due to trauma. Rouge. Yes and no. Knowing that can tell us if Dalrock is doing okay. Can I tell if Dalrock's good? Dalrock left the sphere in 2020, in February of 2020, and he was thinking about deleting the entire blog, but there was such a groundswell of his readers that he left it up. It's still there. It's Dalrock at dalrock.wordpress.com. That's what it is, I believe. You just put dalrock.wordpress, you'll find it. Dalrock is the best of the best when it comes to, it's like better than me. Better than Rollo Tomasi when it comes to the Christo Red Pill. When it comes to the confluence of the Red Pill and Christianity, there is no one better than Dalrock was. He's not right. He has, like I said, he's been out of the game for at least 2 years now. Good friend of mine. I've not spoken with him since then. He has not put a post up. He's not done anything. I have tried to get him on my show. Won't do it. I have tried to have his voice on the show. Still won't do it. That's why he only communicates with like text and that's about it. Or he would probably do a pre-record, but I could not get his face on for sure. But again, I haven't talked to him in ages. He was instrumental. In fact, I dedicated the fourth book, Religion, to Dalrock because that's how influential he is. So here's the thing. Red Pill leaders seem to leave the sphere due to trauma. Do you think Roosh was a Red Pill leader? Because I don't. I don't think he was a Red Pill leader at all. He was very outspoken, and when he was in his prime, he was very good. Yeah, I guess maybe then he was. And I don't think it was due to trauma. I think it was running out of gas. Is Tate a Red Pill leader? Do you think? And so he's converted to Islam. I get Judaism, I guess, because like Milo converted to Catholicism. Roosh converted to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Tate converts to Islam, and the only thing that's left. Hey, Rabbi Kaba, how do I join the tribe? Hey, how do I join the tribe? Rabbi Kaba, I got an email from him today, as a matter of fact. I guess I got to be a Jew. Either that, or I'm going to be a pagan, an Odinist, right? Because everything else is taken. I guess I could be a Hindu. No, I think that people like, there was a time, by the way, I actually screen capped the tweets. There was a time where Jack Murphy had decided that he was Christian curious. Right? You want to see something? I've got something really interesting for you. Since we're on the topic of religion, let's look at this very briefly. This was the stats I was just referring to a minute ago. This is the rise of religious nuns. And this is from my data set, by the way, for the fourth book. Okay. The rise of religious nuns looks similar to in data from the Pew Research Center and the General Social Survey, the GSS study, the same GSS study, by the way, that we pick up the virgin guys from, right? The guys ain't getting laid and they ain't going to church. And here's the numbers to prove it. General Social Survey, darker, and the Pew Research Center, lighter, estimates of U.S. religious composition among U.S. adults. Okay, so these are the U.S. adults who, let's see, the rise of religious nuns, N-O-N-E-S, not the actual N-U-N, looks similar in data from the Pew Research Center and the General Survey study. So you can see this from 1972, 1971 episode coming up, all the way up to 2021, I believe, 72 to 2021, were conducted primarily in person until 2021, when the data was collected. Online Pew Research survey data from 2020 to 2021 is based on the Center of Center's National Public Opinion Preferences References Service. This is all, by the way, this also tracks with the census data too. So you can see here, religiously unaffiliated and other religions. And then you see Christians dropping off from a solid 90% down to 63% in, certainly 2021. All right. So have a look at that. The GSS studies right there. Then you've got the religiously unaffiliated are going up. Well, Christians are going down. Now, I am not gleeful about that. I am not even very happy about that. I wish it wasn't like that. Okay. But we can consider these things. So, Preacher Man, Iron Disciples, there's your data. There's your homework. Guys, Doug Wilson, Michael Foster, whoever, Iron Disciple guys. Yeah, you're the best of the best. I'm going to stick with Iron Disciples here. Take that and run with it. Interpret that. Why do you think that is? Why is what's causing the drop off? Oh, it's moral decay. It's sexual immorality. Oh, okay. When I do the 1971 show, you will understand exactly why that is. But I want you guys to run with that. There's your homework, Christian man, a preacher man. Go for it. Roosh converted to Christianity because what did he have left? Oh, it was trauma. Yeah, that, and he had nowhere else to go. Financially insolvent at that point. And probably feeling the heat, you know. He was 40 years old when that happened. I think he's probably mid-40s now, right? 40 years old when he decided that he was going to, you know, I know about his sister. I know. Never shit. By the way, I never shitted on any of that. I'm just called into question the reason why guys will pivot to religion as soon as they run out of gas. I've always had religion. I wrote a book on religion. If you want to know what my faith is, you can go look at the last chapter of that book, and it is spelled out in no uncertain terms. I don't wear it on my sleeve. I am not the prodigal son. I have always been this way. I'm the kind of guy who, my faith is not a simple faith. It's very, very difficult is what it is, because I'm the guy that likes to look under the hood. I envy people with simple childlike faiths. I really do, because I can't do that. I have to know how the car works, man. And I'm happy to say that I can still justify a belief in God. So go get that book and you will know why. Because I ain't got the time. It's 3 hours and 40 minutes so far. Actually, on the bench, let's have Tate, Kibe, and Sartain. I would love to be able to do that, but Tate will not set foot in the United States unless he's fighting Logan Paul, and probably will fly in, fight him on the tarmac and then fly out. That's how they're going to do it. Dataclysm is a good book. Thank you. Let's see. Keep going. I actually have some other video, but now we're pushing the 4-hour mark, and God forbid I go too far. Shall I get into those? I'll get into those. Would you like me to show you? Well, hold on. Let me keep going, because I did get a big fatty here just a second ago, and that is John Watson. Your first 2 books are works of art. Thank you. The others are shit. Every time I listen to them, I find something new that I didn't hear before. I'm having trouble moving on in the series because of this. Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. The first book, obviously, is a living text. People will keep coming back to that, and they'll have Bible study and home fellowship on Discord channels. And the second book, Preventive Medicine, is, I think, very applicable. I didn't set out to do that, but I kind of accidentally, I guess, made it applicable. It's a timeline on what to expect with women at different phases of maturity and how to sort of adjust your game or adjust your expectations with women at that time, so that you know what you're getting yourself into. And, well, it's nuts and bolts. Positive masculinity is really sort of a compilation of what conventional masculinity is. I kind of try to deal with moral issues a little bit, but mostly it's about parenting. So if you're a parent and you go, I want to know how to teach my boys red pill, I want to raise them like a red pill. Don't, but read that book and then you will. Religion, of course, is about the confluence of red pill and religion. So like some people keep coming, I've had people tell me they've highlighted parts and they really like religion. And they like the quotable parts. I think like little quotes out of religion, but they're great. But religion definitely has a specific audience for it, like Michael Foster and Doug Wilson, who will never read the book and who, just simply don't want to have anything to do. They don't care. Hey, let's read the last of this book and find out what Rollo's faith really is. Fuck the other, I don't know, 389 pages. Thank you, though, John Watson. And this is Matt Scroggins. Do us a favor and get some merch, at least for Trial of... Hey, dude. I already have merch for Trial of Ascension. Damn it, you're right. I probably should. There's t-shirt. Do me a favor. Do me a solid, all of you guys. Go to trialofascension.com. That's our band page. Go there. We're there. Go look. We're not hard to find. We have a merch section there, and we have a new hoodie. As a matter of fact, I've probably seen it in some of my Instagram. I haven't worn it on here, but I did wear it on Miguel and Charlie's crypto show on Wednesday. Gray hoodie. This guy. I did it. Yes, I'm an artist. I actually am an artist, and I am a musician on top of that too. I don't. This is not what the show's about, right? But go to trialofascension.com. Click on, there's a tab at the top that says merchandise. Go there. We have beanies, logo beanies. We have t-shirts. We have masks, because we were selling them during 2020 and stuff, because people wanted them. We have the logo on the mask if you want those. And then we also have brand new hoodies. I'm also coming up with a new set of t-shirts for that too. So we have merch for Trial of Ascension. It's already out there. Go get it. That means you, Mo. Yes, there is Trial of Ascension merch, and I will probably put merch for the Rational Mail pretty soon. I'm actually thinking. I think I might talk to Dave Laro about this. I think if he's not in the chat here, I kind of want to use the cover art from Player's Handbook for a T-shirt and put Rational or something. And make it Rational Wear. I don't know. I got some ideas. I'll put it out there. I am coming up with merch. Maybe we will. I gotta be at the airport at 3. Sorry. Okay, I'll stop. You want me to stop? Hey, wait, everybody, hold on. Guys, stop. We have to stop the show. See you later. Bye-bye. Where's Black Man? Okay, Tori has to leave at 3. She's got, by the way, let me make the announcement for Tori. Torshaa is going to be on with Mike Sartain in Las Vegas, doing the interview. I guess you're being straight up interviewed, right? She's not getting flued out. She's doing it herself. Stop it. She's a young, independent woman of the world. Thoroughly modern Tori. She's going out and she will be interviewed by Mike Sartain. I believe it's Tuesday, right? It's the 21st. Is that Tuesday? Yeah. This week. So go check that out. I guarantee you that will be a lively discussion, and I hope you guys do it live. Please twist his arm and twist Travis's arm and tell them to do a live stream of it so that everybody can get involved. And I will push people over there. But Torshaa will be on with Mike Sartain on the 21st of November, which is this week. For Bible study, the idea was a brainchild of Poppy, Too Fresh, and hosted by at TBC Zach. I'm just in charge of it. You just work there. We got it. Thanks, man. Thank you, sir. And House of Pain. Yo. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you saying that you have to show your capability of being a violent in public capacity before you can be seen as a dangerous? Well, yes and no. You want to, I got this question from, I think it was Margot asked me about this, hybristophilia. Why is it that women are hybristophiles? It's there's your $10 word for the day. Well, because they want a guy who knows. Okay, so if you look at there's the sexual aspect of it first. Okay, in our answer here, I'll explain to you. You want to know why women dig on violent motherfuckers? It's because in our ancestral past, the highest form of demonstrating higher value, DHV, was to kill a rival, to be able to have the capacity to take a man's life, because the most dangerous animal is men. Maybe saber-toothed tigers and big grizzly bears, and I don't know, bring home the more meat for the caribou, right? But the ability to be violent, the ability to defend, the ability to be more muscular, that you want to know why chicks dig tall, muscular dudes? Ask any looks maxer, right? Go get wheat waffles. I'm sure he'll explain it to you for the 6,000th time. Yeah, that's why. Because it all. So here's the why. I'll give you that's the alpha fuck side of it. The beta buck side of it is provisioning, protection, and parental investment. So there's two aspects from the security side, from the beta side, is protection for sure, right? Like he can protect me. Oh, I love his big arms around me. I want to hold the. By the way, if you're with a chick, here's a little bit of advice. I don't prescribe too many things, but if you want a little bit of game advice, relation, here I'm going to be a relationship coach. If you're the same height or shorter, maybe slightly shorter than your girlfriend or the girl you're dating or that you're banging, do yourself the solid and try to find ways to like get above her, like just a little bit. Like if you're in bed, don't be nestled between her boobs or something like you're a kid like nursing. She wants to be down in the pocket, right? She wants to be down in there. So if you happen to be like an inch shorter or you happen to be maybe the same height, it behooves you to find ways and get in the habit of it, casually find a way to at least put your chin just a tiny bit above hers. And you'll see what happens, right? I mean, that's behavioral manifestation, but it like women get off on the fact that if you got big guns or something, like, use that shit, man. I don't mean like, I mean, like you've got strong arms to protect her. The women dig that. My daughter likes that, when I'm like grabbing her, hugging her and stuff like that. Loves that. Love. How my dogs love that. Right. So like that's some way you can do that. But as far as like the capacity for violence, though, it not only plays to the alpha fuck side, which is the hybristophilia side, but it's also to the provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Now, the protection side is pretty obvious, okay? Provisioning, well, maybe you're the kind of guy that can go and kill the caribou and bring back more meat to the tribe. Okay. You still got to be violent enough to go and kill the thing and drag the thing back to the camp, right? But there's also the parental investment side, and I think that goes kind of underappreciated. That's the Red Queen Matt Ridley side of everything. It's the sexy sons theory. Well, this guy's buff. He's got a capacity for violence, and we need that because we live in dangerous, chaotic times, and we need protection, provisioning, and protection, right? In parental investment. So if this guy has a capacity for violence, then if I breed with him, our sons will have the same capacity for violence, right? Or at least the capacity to use it. Now, there are external cues that trigger that too, like your voice, your command presence, which you'll find out about in my 5th book, The Player's Handbook. That's actually and some people that comes more naturally than others. I put it in, it's a game technique because a lot of people don't know anything about command presence, but if you can develop that, then you manifest the behaviors and you start internalizing. So I'm not saying you have to go around kicking people's asses, but this is a very interesting question. Now, here's the Q&A part of today's show. Very interesting question because it's like, well, what I got to do? I got to go around and be belligerent and like when Tori probably knows this. When some guys get drunk, they turn into likes to fight guy. If that's your natural inclination, you probably have a capacity for violence. But the reason why you don't have to like go around like saying, "Hey, man, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to kick your ass." You don't have to be that. But you do have to express it, and you just have to at least hint at it. There are like behavioral cues, vocal cues. Remember, women are better at communication than men are, especially subcommunication. So there's ways that women go, yeah, this guy looks like he'd probably take care of himself. The fact that he looks like Justin Waller and he's 6'3", it probably could kick ass if he had to. But it doesn't mean you have to go around being belligerent in public. Again, this is like sort of binary extremes, but what I was pointing out in my previous little monologue there is that if you don't do that, if you have control, and like you could be Bruce Lee, right, whatever, Hoist Gracie, who is the best fighter in the world? Like you could be Conor McGregor, whoever the best fighter is in the world. And if you didn't know who that dude was and he backed down from a fight, unless you know he's Conor McGregor, unless you know he's like he could wreck you right there. Unless you're somebody, you have a previous appreciation of that guy's capacity for violence, you think he's a pussy. You think he's a pussy. Like, for instance, you don't know that I take Kali. I can defend myself. I have a capacity for violence. I have done so in the past and probably will have to do so at some point in the future. Hopefully not, but But if I go and I go, hey, dude, you're drunk. I've done this before several times when I was working in the liquor industry. The last fist fight I got into. It was when I was working for it was in Orlando, actually. And it was self-defense. I mean, guys get drunk at these promos and everything. That was one. And there was when I was playing I can remember as an adult getting into several fights when I was in the band scene. I was in my rock star 20s. And that was just sort of, I don't say a common occurrence, but like sometimes it can be a rough place in Los Angeles in certain venues. But you don't know that. He's just this 5'11" he's an old man. You know, and then you see the video of the old man beating the shit out of that guy. I'm not saying that's me, but do you know that or you don't know that? If I back down from a fight, then everybody online would go, Rollo's a pussy. Well, you don't know that I have a hidden, 3-inch karambit in my hand. I could have just, defanged the snake. But unless you see me do that, you don't know that. It looks like cowardice. What should I convert to? What should Pearly Things convert to? You guys can give her suggestions. Legitimacy. E.T. Oh my Lord. Hello. Great show, Rollo. I left a comment on Sneeko's episode of Saucecast saying that Adam finds a way to take steps towards forward in the red pill and then manages to take 10 steps back. Laying out Tate's personal life was wild. Thought Sneeko handled himself well. He's on the way. I'm glad you're optimistic about that. I understand. I kind of get it. I kind of understand why Fresh and Myron work with Sneeko. I get it. I understand. He's definitely the younger demographic. What is he, 24 years old? Sneeko has a lot to learn. That's all I'm going to say. I'll be happy to mentor you, Sneeko. I think you're actually a pretty entertaining, pretty cool guy for the most part. But as a representative of the red pill, you need to go to Bible study, my friend. You need to show up for home fellowship on Fresh and Fit's Discord channel on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Show up there, Sneeko, and I will be happy to take you under my wing. Would it be wise to leave the manosphere after you learn everything you need to know about it? Okay. Tony Pajamas. If that were the case, I wouldn't be doing this right now. Well, maybe I don't know everything. Rollo knows everything. He just said he knows everything now. I've been asked that before. People say, Rollo, are you ever going to run out of material? Fuck no. I am never going to run out of material as long as Tom and Giselle are getting divorced. I am never going to run out of material when Tommy Lahren is doing viral videos talking shit about guys ain't nothing. I am never, ever running out of material. Intersexual dynamics, I will go to the grave being able to talk about this stuff. So when do you run out of material? I don't think that's it. Okay, so some people have, I know where you're going with this. Some people some of the newbies, like the Clout Chasers and, Hellraisers and Clout Chasers. A lot of the Clout Chasers will tell you, well, that red pill stuff is useful, but you got to give it some time and go away from it and leave it alone after a while. You got to just walk away from it and live your touch grass. I love that. I love when I say this guy just needs to get outside and touch grass. You mean like you putting the comment on there to tell him that? You guys don't understand that irony writes itself online. Get out there and touch grass. There's none. There's snow. Can I touch snow? Does that count? What they're saying is get a life. And I agree. Get a life. Have hobbies. There's more to having fun and you want to deal with discontent creatively. You're not going to deal with it just by watching my videos. I'm glad you are. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your money. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you for buying the books. Thank you for being into everything that I've done. I'm glad you could benefit from what I've done for the past 20 some odd years. Great. Get outside and touch grass. But at some point you kind of have to step away from it. I have to make an effort to go paint at my table over here. I have to make an effort to go work on my sled. I got to make an effort to play these guitars. I got to make it. Well, not when I go to band practice. I have to go and you know what? Okay. I could spend the next 2 hours making TikTok videos. I could spend the next 2 hours making the next short. I could spend the next 2 hours talking shit about Jordan Peterson. Nope, I'm going to watch a football game. I'm going to watch 1/4 of a football game and feel bad about it. You do have to get away from it, I would say, but getting away from it, like just leave, I got to leave the red. You never leave the red pill. Once you have the red pill lens on, the glasses don't come off. That's that. You want to know why, like, guys like get sort of despondent and they get real purple pilled, I guess, for lack of a better term, is because the red pill lens doesn't come off and they're still in a blue. The world looks purple when you, this is great. God, this is great. The world looks purple when you have the red pill lens on and you live in a blue pill world. How's that? Church makes Jesus Christ, JC, I presume, look weak. He was not a doormat. I covered that, by the way, in religion in my fourth book. There is a qualifiable difference between the tone and the writing style of the Old Testament versus the New Testament. Some people will say that one of the reasons why the Bible is a very, say, complete book is because the Old Testament tends to be the masculine side of the Bible, and the New Testament tends to be more of the feminine side of the Bible. It's forgiveness, it's compassion, it's love, it's feminine character traits. It's not necessarily agreeable to us. I know, yes, Jesus flipped the table and the money changers. Got it. Thanks. He made a whip of cords. Got it. Understood. But it's also about sacrifice. And I made that very clear in my fourth book, Religion. To be a man, even biologically, evolutionarily speaking, is to sacrifice. You have to, being a guy, you have to sacrifice a lot of shit. You have to be sacrificial. You have to give your life for you. There's no greater love than this, to give your life for your friends, right? I don't know what one of you smart scripturologists will have that, but I do remember that from the Bible. Like they're, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Sacrificed. Well, Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, right? Sacrifice is a constant theme in the Bible and other religious works too. Don't get me wrong. But the latter half, the New Testament, is much more, there ain't nobody's turned into a pillar of salt. We're feeding the masses. There is the fishes and the loaves. And in the Old Testament, there is fire and brimstone destroying Sodom and Gomorrah. There is striking dead, right? There is a parting of the Red Sea. There is, think of the miraculous events in the Old Testament versus the New Testament. And where's Rollo going with this? Well, look at the reason I'm going there is because it's a great book. It's called Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia. I don't agree with his politics, but I think he's really good at what he does as far as writing is concerned. But he made the observation anyways, that of course, a lot of this stuff aligns with sort of our evolutionary nature. And I connected the dots, and you might think I'm wrong, but I connected the dots. If you look at the Old Testament versus the New Testament, the themes are masculine and feminine, conventionally anyways. Now, I'm not saying, Jesus Christ was a pussy or anything like that. Absolutely not. But he was sacrificial. And that, if you want, here's a good one for you, Iron Disciples. The ultimate sacrifice, dying for our sins, right? Man, and God, the Trinity, right? He was sacrificed on a cross, right? A man sacrificed everything for his friends, which is all of us, so that we wouldn't have to go to hell. That's the theme. So a man sacrifices. Sacrifice. Again, ladies listening to this, I am not saying you don't sacrifice. Oh, hey, what about women? You. We're not talking about women. We're talking about men today. Thank you very much, ladies. You can go to the kids' table while quiet woman. Men are talking. And to be a man is a sacrifice. It's to be able to put yourself down there and put yourself on the line, to do your duty, and not just for like chicks. I'm just saying for like your family, for your loved ones. It's what's called kin altruism. Which, again, is in evolutionary perspective, kin altruism. Well, if I'm part of the human race and I sacrifice myself to save the world, like Flash Gordon, savior of the universe, saves planet Earth from Ming the Merciless. Foolish mortals, who can save you now? Somebody who's got somebody's got to sacrifice, right? All of humanity is my tribe, and therefore I'm going to sacrifice myself, or I'm going to save the world. Sounds like masculinity to me. Anyways, to be a man is to sacrifice. Now, does that mean you have to be a pussy? Does that mean you have to take it on the chin? Does that mean no? Does that mean you give up like mental point of origin? Absolutely not. That's why I told you a little while ago is like you need to be able to help yourself before you can help others. You need, but still help others, right? Don't be a dick, but you got to be able to watch out for yourself. And that's really kind of a paradox, I think, with religion in general when it comes to masculinity, for sure. Because you have especially in a feminized gynocentric church, you have this message of self-sacrifice it's responsibility without authority, essentially. You have to just sacrifice for the sake of it because that's what God wants you to do. Well, I'm a man. I'm supposed to sacrifice. I guess you're right. How can I be a better servant? Not for you, for God, right? Well, sacrifice yourself, take it on the chin, right? But I can't help others until I can help myself. And I think that is an issue. Like the two issues I think that the modern church, like Christian church, I don't care what it is, are going to have to deal with in a gynocentric social order is if you want to step away from that. If you want to be Martin Luther and knock the articles onto the church's door of the church being gynocentrism, you're going to have to deal with two things: responsibility and authority. And you're going to have to deal with the sacrifice versus self-interest. Those two things, you will not resolve your crisis of faith and your crisis of doctrine, your crisis in the church. You will not get men back into your church unless you deal with those two issues. And even then, you're going to still have a lot of pushback because you've been overrun by the feminine imperative. But if you want a starting point, those are your starting points. He made a whip of cords. What else did he do? What other violent act did Jesus Christ do besides drive the money changers out of the temple? He made a whip of cords, den of vipers, right? What else? Is there any other? Because from my perspective, and I'm not saying, hey, okay, you could use that as an example. I think if you want to say Jesus was an alpha, I think it's more about the sacrifice side rather than the whip of cords. He was a bodybuilder. He was it God's church? that does you no favors. Okay, it's more about masculine sacrifice. If you want to go there instead of the other way, I would be more inclined to sort of want to hear a sermon on that than anything else. Jesus got pissed. Oh, he did get pissed. Oh, here it is. Okay, well, leave it to Sam Bada to tell me this. Okay, here we go. I forget. I don't know. You didn't tell me which book this is in. Ye hypocrites, well did Esaias prophesy of you, saying, the people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth and honoreth me with their lips. God damn it, man. King James is just killing me. I know it's supposed to be the more accurate one, but whatever. Honoreth me with their lips. Oh, okay, I can't read that. Sorry. I'll be here all day trying to read that whole thing for you, Sam, but I get it. All right. Sam, thanks for the effort, though. Appreciate it. I am going to DM you with my application to join your band. Just Pearly thinks. Get in line, because Margot is probably the one where she's already auditioned, and Margot's a professional bass player, and she's probably Hey! Are you married? Somebody said you're married, and your husband runs your show. Inquiring minds want to know, Pearly. Oh, tomorrow. Oh, you'll be on tomorrow. Is that, Monday? Oh, yeah, I guess today. What is today? Shit, I'm sorry. It's going to be tomorrow. Monday is when Tori is going to be on with Mike Sartain. My bad. Let's see. Oh, Rollo plays music? Yeah. The intro and the outro. And I play in a band called Trial of Ascension. I've been in it for 3 years, and we're working on the 4th EP right now. You can go catch us on Spotify. because you probably never clicked the little link below and said, oh, expand, so that you can see the actual description and see all the links I have in there. All righty then. Thank you for that. And you're not going to DM me anything. Trust me. What do you got there? On the high burst. Did I say that too fast? High burst? High burst a thing. Sometimes I get a little fast. I apologize. High bristophilia. HYBR. I'm not going to try it. Hybristophilia with an I, not a U. Similar to Kyle Rittenhouse. A case where the girlfriend of one of the men killed, slipped him her phone number, and wanted to call her. Is that true? Or is that like internet folklore? Maybe it's true. Excellent modern day example. Actually, I got a better one than that. Go look at Anders Breivik and all his teenage fan club. Go look at what's that kid who did the Boston Marathon bomber? That guy who was on the cover of Time or something like that. You couldn't have done him a better favor, my friend, because all kinds of girls want to have conjugal visits with that dude. Nicholas Cruz, who didn't get the death penalty, is now going to be able to get laid in prison. Finally, he will finally be able to have he will finally have a girl want to suck his dick in prison. The end. The reason why, but there's policies for, I don't know if it's federal prison, but I know in state prison, they will not put female prison guards. Why there are female prison guards, I don't know. But they can't have them with the general male population because they'll try to break them out because they fell in love with them and they want to live happily ever after with Guido, the multiple murderer. Go look it up. It's really a thing. Hybristophilia. It's a good example, though. I'm not going to shit on you. Don't be the guy that didn't read Rollo's books. Thank you, my beautiful blonde magician's assistant. Emilio, I can hardly wait for tomorrow's show. Please, Tori, please. I'm going to hit up to Mike right after this. Please live stream it. Do me the solid. Live stream it, and I will brigade your show so that you'll have lots of people there. Hi, Rollo. I'm 33. I'm doing well for myself. It's interesting when some girls know who have turned 29 start taking an interest in me. Wow. Hey, you know what? You were here all along. Why didn't I see this before? Oh, my goodness. Don't be a beta in waiting. But yeah. Let's keep going because we're at the end of the show and I'm going to get the rest of these. I think I got out what I needed to. I have a couple of videos. I was hoping to get to the Chris Williamson versus Richard Reeves video, but I think I'm going to save that for another episode. Modern Dragon. Rollo will never run out of material because women can't admit their mistakes. They can, but then they hit 29, 30, 31 years old and nobody cares about them. And so the women who can't, the 23-year-old woman who can't admit their mistakes, have a new spin on it. And I'll be right there on the after hour show to tell them. I just started a podcast and would love to interview you. Your guy, email me, Modern Dragon. Just for that $5, I will
say my name.
I will do your show for the hell of it. As long as we can have a good conversation. That's all I really care about. If you break a nail, you want the day off? I broke a nail. Oh, you want the day off? It's a lady's personal day. I called it the mantle of responsibility. With it comes the sacrifice you speak of. However, there is no responsibility without ownership, and there is no responsibility without the authority to affect that responsibility that then is ownership, right? You've got to own it. How do you own it? Well, you have to have the authority to own it so that you can fulfill the responsibility. Game over. Thank you. Thanks for playing. Very good. I agree. Here's what's funny is like, I'll tell you what's interesting is, and I get you, the mantle of responsibility. Here's the thing is, it's there's two themes that I've written about in the past. First one is, of course, everybody knows this is the burden of performance. There's a male burden of performance that women will simply never have. They have the luxury. The women who want to perform can. The ones that don't, they don't have to because they're hot pieces of ass, right? They're the winners who are waiting at the finish line to go and bang the winners, as Rich Cooper would say. Right? There are women who can perform because it's a necessity usually, or it used to be anyways. But the alpha females who are independent, I'm strong and independent, that's an option. That's an option for women. If you want to be hot and you want to get with a guy, and like hell, half the women that are on the Fresh and Fit, and all of the women that have been, well, with the exception of a few, on Access Vegas, they choose to do what they do, but they didn't have to because they're pieces of ass, whether you like them or not, whether they have big. There, that's your brat. There's your gift today. Okay. They have the Bufu brat's lips, man. Yeah. Doesn't matter. They have options that you don't have as a guy, even some of them who are like 40, right? Even if they look like brat's dolls, but it's not necessarily the mantle. Okay. The mantle of responsibility. Mantle sounds good. That's an $8. That's not a $10 word. That's an $8 word. I know what it means. Ancillary. Do you know what ancillary means? Does anybody know what superfluous means without going and looking it up on Google Dictionary? That's going to be very important here, probably about mid-December, for everybody to know what superfluous means. Also ancillary, apparently, to Aaron Clary. Sacrifice is something that I think is central to human male nature. We are the sacrificial sex. Nature takes more chances with the sex that has the higher testosterone, usually the higher testosterone. And yes, I know female hyenas have higher testosterone, which is why I call alpha female. Alpha women who think they're alpha females, you're not an alpha female, you're a hyena. But the nature takes more chances with men. Technically men have, because of testosterone, the higher the testosterone, the lower your immunities. It's like the peacock's tail. To have high testosterone, it can help you out, but it's also a net, like over the course of a man's life, it's a net deficit in certain ways because it makes you like more prone to like I believe your immunities or something like that. But it also makes you more prone to doing dumb shit and you get killed. So there's a cost to benefit ratio being more masculinized. So, but in general, and just in the animal kingdom, not just humans, but nature takes more risks with men. We're the disposable sex and women are the vulnerable sex. Women are the ones who have the higher investment costs when it comes to reproduction. All you need to do is ask Dr. P.
About 75% of divorces. There are multiple reasons for that. What one reason is that women are higher in trait neuroticism. They're more sensitive to negative emotion. So they feel more units of negative emotion subjectively per unit.
How do we measure units of negative emotion, Dr. Peterson? I'm curious. I defer to your sage-like knowledge. What is it? What is 1 unit? What do we call one? We call a calorie, a K-calorie, right? What do we call 1 unit of emotion? Essentially, he's full of shit here, and I'll tell you why, because emotion is actually an interpretive response. Now, it might be fear, because you could say, well, what emotion we are? Negative emotions. Yes, men and women process emotions differently. I want to know how we quantify it. What's the metric? What is a unit of emotion? Is it an E unit? Emote? What is that?
Unit of stress. That's a way of thinking about it. And so they get unhappy faster. The world is more dangerous.
They get unhappy faster? Yeah, okay, maybe.
For them in some sense physically, but I think more importantly, they are going to bear primary responsibility for dependent infants.
Sounds like they're the vulnerable sex as the incubators of the next generation, correct? I don't know how this has anything to do with a higher divorce rate. He's just like grabbing for straws here. Yes, I know that and everything he's saying is not necessarily incorrect. But how, it's a non sequitur. How does that relate to a higher divorce rate in women? I'm going to get into this. I'm going to come back to this video with Myron Gaines when I do the divorce show in Miami. But I wanted you to get a little
And if you have an infant depending on you, you should react to the world as if it's more dangerous than you might if it was just you navigating through it.
Okay. That sounds like, wow, sounds very profound, Mr. Peterson. But the fact of the matter is it has nothing to do with the divorce rate at all. Well, they're more picky. Yeah. When they're getting married, and certainly they're more picky when they realize that you are actually not as strong and not as competent as you were, but they've already had a baby with you. There are definable patterns and very well-researched patterns as to why women are incentivized to divorce more than men. We already went over why men divorce. Well, that was this. Was that when CGA? Well, no, it was Adam Sosnick asked Coach Greg Adams that one time. I did that show. Yeah, men divorce for the real reasons why men divorce is criminality and drug abuse or alcoholism. And there, by the way, I should also add to that is insanity. She went actually clinically nuts. So it has to be that bad for men to want to initiate divorce, because otherwise it's either cheaper to keep her or it's just you'll lose half. I'll lose half my stuff. Men generally don't like to sign up for their own zeroing out unless it's so bad that the zeroing out would be better than the bullshit that they have to deal with a chick who is drug addicted, alcoholic, criminal, and insane, belongs in an insane asylum. That's about it. The reason why women initiate divorce is because they're incentivized to do so for cash and prizes. You don't believe me? You think, oh, that sounds horrible, Rollo. Yeah, it does. And sometimes the truth is very horrible, and I've got the stats to back that up, which I will get to when I see Myron Gaines. Odin, who wins? Lionel Johnson or Layman Russ? I think we've already had, well, actually, they fought each other to a standstill, didn't they? Which is why there is the tradition between the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves, Russ and Lionel Johnson, relatively, who are at the end of we're at the end of the show, so I can tell you about this. That's why when they meet, there has to be one champion and the other champion. They have to fight before they will actually combine forces and fight and play nice together. Right? Bet you didn't think I knew that. I know the lore. Trust me. I'm too fast for you. Too smart. Too old. Too nerdy. That's why they do it. Dark Angel versus Space Wolves. Trust me, Space Wolves don't do that with 1,000 Suns. That's funny. As I totally did not do this on purpose. Somebody asked me, like, do you have any sons? I'm like, well, I have one daughter and 1,000 sons. And I realized Magnus did nothing wrong. I hope it's live. I hope it's live too, Tori. I think you're going to do good. I can't wait for that show. And I mean that with all genuine interest. Not married. See, you guys, you motherfuckers are spreading rumors. I have a co-host Tuesday and manager that helps me with the show. Okay. Well, now that we've cleared that up here at the 4:20 mark, you've opened my third eye. Wait a minute. To hypergamy, and now it all makes sense. Your third eye. This one or this one? I don't want to open your third eye. Trust me. My insight. Just say insight. Do you mean insight? Just say insight, bro. I know what insight is. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anybody else? Is that it? Are we out? We're just about out. I got to throw one more out there. I want to put, that was really good. Actually, this
story, not beautiful.
And then everyone got upset.
Yes, they did. They had a rather overweight young woman with a very revealing swimsuit on the cover. And I thought, no, the cover bothered me a lot because it was a cheap manipulation of something that had been working very well for Sports Illustrated. It was also an insistence that all of a sudden this non-athletic body is as beautiful as the standard swimsuit model. It's not. It's not as athletic and it's not as healthy. And that's that. And then it's a lie.
Oh, edgy. Here comes edgy JBP, right? Swear a little bit. That'll help. It's not. Well, okay, well, it's not, and you're right. But it's not about sales. It's not about oh, that's not healthy. You know, let me care. You know, it's funny. You could put a crack addicted, beautiful swimsuit model on the front of that, and you wouldn't know that she was crack addicted. She was just up there, she's a hot piece of ass. That's unhealthy. Yeah. But she's still a hot piece of ass. That it has nothing to do with the argument whether or not that obese woman that is on like Sports Illustrated, whether she's healthy or not. No, That's not what the argument's about. That's not why they put it on there. I'll let you finish up here. Hang on 1 second, but we'll come back.
That's a manipulation of that young woman. They're not on her side. They're exploiting her. And she may be participating in that exploitation, but they're still exploiting her. So don't pull any moral stunts on me because you're irritated about my opinion when it's bloody clear to anybody with eyes that was manipulative in 20 different ways. Not everyone's a genius. Not everyone's Picasso. Not everyone's young and healthy. Not everyone is a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, period. And fuck you if you don't like it.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Give it to me, man. You're goddamn right. But you're also full of shit. I'll tell you why. Because it's not about any of that. It's about controlling the narrative. It's about saying this is beautiful and this is not. This is what you should be attracted to and this is not what you should be attracted to. Beauty is a social construct. God. Peterson, I love you. You know what? You would like. This is what happens when people try to cross over into the red pill, and that's just that. Trust me, when all that shit went down, this was, by the way, this just came out after he got reinstated on Twitter. Oh, I'm finally back. I got out of Twitter jail because Uncle Elon let me in. Awesome. Tate, I think Tate's back up too on Twitter now. I'm not really sure. And so is Trump. Not that he cares, but hey, you are. Elon Musk couldn't not reinstate Trump. And whether or not he actually uses it or not is kind of irrelevant at this point. It's just the fact that was more for Elon than it was for Trump. Just saying. And it's also more for well, I mean, I guess, it's kind of, I see why they would father and daughter decided that they wanted to do something like this. But again, this is press. This is PR is what this is. Hey, fuck you. Oh, man's mad. But you're still getting the message wrong. The message is this, is that the reason why Sports Illustrated and the powers that be put that fat woman, that overweight, obese woman, morbidly obese woman on the cover of Sports Illustrated was to reinforce the idea that beauty is a social construct, not an evolutionarily adapted, attraction arousal cue. And by the way, what you will probably never hear, and I don't know because I didn't watch the whole damn thing, but what you'll probably never hear Peterson say is like, how come there's not no fat guys, fat dad bods on the cover of Men's Fitness or GQ? How come we don't do that? Well, you're insulting those men. We would, why? No, the reason is because women can have there's men's standards. Men are not allowed to have standards. Only women are allowed to have standards. And I've already done that show and I've written that essay as well. Men are not allowed to have standards, at least in a gynocentric social order in the greater narrative of things. Should you have standards? Yes. But I mean, like in the terms of like society and public interest and everything else, the fat girl on the Sports Illustrated cover is meant to reinforce one thing. Beauty is a social construct. And if you don't find her attractive, there's something wrong with you guys. If you don't get a hard on for the fat girl, that's on you, man. It's because you've been brainwashed because patriarchal society taught you that you should only want girls that look like CJ Sparks or Torshaa or Isabella with the big circus tits. You should only want those, and that's why you get a hard on for. That's why they pass the boner test and not the fat girl on Sports Illustrated. It's this horrible nebulous society because everything is socially constructed like beauty. Fuck you. It is not. Now I will use the F word. Get into that, Jordan. You want to stop being a clout chaser? You want to start like fumbling the ball when somebody hands you the red pill football? Start looking at things like social. Like, for God's sake, go do another interview with like Gad Saad or Dr. David Buss to an extent. Go and get into evolutionary psychology. I know that's a tall order. You might make you cry, but that's where it comes down to. And it's a societal. Yeah, Lizzo. Oh, great one. Oh man, that's great. Yeah, Lizzo should be and should be your dream girl anyways, Hubert. Goddamn right. You're goddamn. You know what? You're goddamn right. If you don't get a hard on for a naked picture of Lizzo, well, That's the patriarchy, my friend. Boy, if we just removed that, you would be all over that bitch. No, you wouldn't. But the social impetus is to make you believe that social constructionism is everything. And I'm going to leave you guys with that, because that's really where clout chasers and the hustle economy and people coming into this drop the ball, because they want to come up with solutions. And those solutions are always rooted in that old blue pill paradigm, because they don't know what else to say. They refuse to educate themselves. You want to know one of the reasons why I decided to work with Mike Sartain? And it's not because he's at the Playboy Mansion, and it's not because he's with, absolutely gorgeous, stunning, except for the collagen lips, stunning Kim Kardashian. God damn you to hell. But it's not because of that. It's because he does his homework. He knows evolutionary psychology. He's done interviews with Dr. David Buss. He knows his material. And that's important. Why on earth does Rollo work with Torshaa? Because she knows her shit better than most guys who are coming into this space. I hate to say that too, because I want guys to do better. But she knows her shit better than a lot of guys, a lot of names I could name that are bigger names than her. Because she's read every damn book I've ever done. She reads all of my essays. Well, most of my essays. She does essays. She does videos on essays that I don't even remember doing sometimes. She does stuff on Marxism. She did something on the Brain on Fire. That was actually very good, but nobody's going to, it's just this dumb bitch with big tits. She's fucking smart, and she's got big tits. Well, why does Rollo work with her? Well, first the big tits, and then the fact that she knows what she's talking about. That's why when she gets on a show, she knows what she's talking about. When I get her on, when I got her on with Justin Waller and myself, and we went on Saucecast, she was bulletproof. She's always, in fact, in some ways, I think she would be a very good debate opponent for a lot of guys who claim to be red pill. Same thing with Mike. Mike knows his shit. That's why I'm looking forward to your interview. Why does Rollo work with guys who are let's see, in the crypto sphere? Why does Rollo work with guys that are in the fitness sphere? Why does Rollo work with guys that are Richard Hart? Oh, that's a bad look. No, it wasn't. It was a fantastic look. And I'll do it again. Not because I think he's like the Messiah, but because I think it was a great interview, and I think he's an interesting dude. That's why. Oh, he's a scam artist. Well, time will tell. So far, no. Why am I working with Miguel and Charlie these days? Well, because I think we should cross the streams like in Ghostbusters. I don't have a problem with that. And he knows what he's talking about. Same thing with getting back to the Peterson thing here is Peterson needs to look at stuff instead of just regurgitating whatever the hell that Daily Wire puts in front of him on his teleprompter. And I'm not saying that was happening between him and Michaela there, but what I'm saying is that it's what's the easiest answer? What do I think it should be? And what do I think it should be is usually rooted in an old order way of thinking. All right. Oh, we need compassion for each other. We need understanding. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's old order thinking. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Whenever I deal with women who say, well, how come there's a double standard and women are sluts if they have a lot of partners and men aren't? Men are superheroes, right? Because in the 21st century, we understand that men and women are different. And we have different mating strategies. And those mating strategies are more often than not, adversarial. Why is it that women don't delete their Instagram accounts as soon as they marry, I don't know, Ronaldo or Cristiano? Well, because they want to keep those options open. That sounds like a horrible double standard. Yeah, but we don't talk about that one. Well, there's evolutionary reasons for that. And I think, again, I'll say this one more time. The blank slate, social constructionism, and emotionalism are the three legs, three legs of the stool that need to go. Everything else will collapse as soon as you attack those things. The three legs of that stool, emotionalism, blank slate, and social constructionism, all of that can be found on the cover of Sports Illustrated when they put a fat chick on there and they say, you should get hot for this. But men, You don't get any standards. You should be hot for this girl because beauty is a social construct. But ladies, you should want the hottest guy you could get and the guy who's the most paid. You can have standards, but men are not allowed to have standards. That's a maxim, by the way. That's a Royce maxim. I forget which one. The purpose for the prime directive of feminism is to maximally restrict men's sexuality while maximally unrestricting women's sexuality. That's really the prime directive right now for women. Anyways, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. By the way, I am going to do a show tomorrow, and I'm not going to run opposite my good friend Mike Sartain or Tori. But I'm going to have Miguel from Cultivate Crypto. Q4 is coming up. If you want to get in right now, you can. It's the very first link in my descriptions down below. So go check that out. And I've already done. We did kind of a build up for it on his show, on Miguel's show. But we're going to get into it a little bit deeper. I kind of want to do a little, Miguel, if you're watching, I kind of want to do a show with you. And do sort of a stripped down red pill version of what we did on Wednesday about FTX and SBF and his the polycule girlfriend and all of that. I kind of would like to talk about that a little bit. And I want to get into why there's a necessity for the red pill, for crypto, for the entrepreneur, side of the thing, the entrepreneur sphere, like the Robert Kiyosaki's, George Gammon, Jason Hartman, who's been on this show, Ken McElroy. That's a sphere that I think should also be combined. We need to combine we're Voltron, man. That's one of the arms of Voltron. The red pill is one of the, that could be the head. The red pill can be the head of Voltron, right? And there's the entrepreneur side, and then there's the crypto arm, and those are the red and the blue lines. And then there's the fitness sphere because it's money, muscles, and games. So that's another part of the Voltron. There's, there has to be this crossover and this connection. And I found that when I started working with Miguel, and I found that when I started, by the way, I had no plans to go to PulseCon when I went to PulseCon, and I was surprised by how many people who knew me as Rollo, right? Not just that guy that interviewed Richard Hart. It was like, everybody knew who I was. And I was happy to see that because I think that there's a lot more crossover and it's a worldwide phenomenon. It's not just localized. We talk about the global sexual marketplace and the local sexual marketplace, but we can also look at that in terms of the red pill as well. So money, muscles, game, fitness, social skills, game, and then we can look at the financial side of thing, money side, entrepreneurship, crypto. It crosses everything. It's like the Marvel universe. It's all connected. And I think we need to sort of like understand that. I'm not saying we should always, we still need to have our stay in our lanes, right? But we still need to cross the streams occasionally. And so I'm going to cross the stream tomorrow with Miguel. Again, Cultivate Crypto Q4 is below. If you're part of my mailing list, I'll probably put out the link in your mailing list as well. Just as a reminder, if that's not your thing, fine. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to buy an NFT. You don't have to do whatever. But like the guys in Red Pill Lions are going to be doing a section on NFTs and the market in general. So you can check that out as well. But anyways, I will be on with Miguel tomorrow. I believe we're going to do that 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. That'll be on here. And then do not forget to go check out Torshaa and Mike Sartain, assuming that they do it live. I hope they do it live. I will encourage them to do it live. So that is it. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you a lot. Every last one of you. Actually, wait a minute. What is this? I do have that. Hold on. Which one did I use? I didn't. Cultivate Crypto. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, we'll be on with Cultivate Crypto tomorrow. And I just had a banner. I'll put it up later. We're going to do the show tomorrow. Anyways. Oh, by the way, what is it? Miguel and Charlie are in Miami right now. I don't know if they're going to go on Valuetainment. It's a possibility. Also, Jed, if you're watching, I love you. I'll be out in the first week of December. Let's do something. I would very much like to do a debate with not Destiny, but Richard Reeves. Would be a much better debate. Guarantee you. I guarantee you that will be a much more productive debate. Talk. If you would like me to go on with Richard Reeves on Jedediah's show, please go and petition her. I think that would be a really good combination because it will certainly be less boring and predictable than if I were to go debate destiny. So anyways, that's that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow with Miguel. Bye-bye, guys. Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Mill, registered trademark 2022. All rights reserved. Don't steal my stuff.